Yep. Let's see if anybody has any interest in this. Just sitting here with nothing to do and decided maybe somebody would like to have a chat. And if nobody wants to have a chat, I'll see you later. Hello, if anybody is out there, shows up eventually, whatever. Um, wouldn't mind talking music, movies, anything like that. Don't want to talk about people, really. Don't want to get into that. Just cool stuff if anybody out there is out there. And again, if they're not, that's cool. I'm getting snow and it's really cold out. So I'm just kind of stuck in here going, okay, what do I do? Hey, I know. I could be playing records. Probably people would want me to play records more. I don't really feel like it. Steven. Hello, Steven. You wouldn't want to come up on my stream, would you? I don't really want to talk to myself. I'm going to put out a link in case you do. You're probably still working. Kimba. Yay, Kimba. Yeah, I thought you might be working, Steven. I'm putting a link out anyway. Um, because I don't really want to do this alone. Kimba, you'd probably rather me play records right now, but I don't know. I can. If nobody wants to come up and there's no conversation, I can switch it over and play some 45s. But yeah. Yeah. Steven, in my dreams. in in my dreams, Steven. So how are you doing? How are you, Kimba? And how are you doing, Steve? Hope you're both well. Two of my favorite people right there. Uh, hello, Richard. Yeah, why couldn't it be 10 o'clock? Did anybody see me and Mr. Mayo on the stream today? I was a little surprised. If you don't know, me and Mr. Mayo was a guest on Larry's stream, of course, the Canadian stud muffin. So apparently they're all good now. So that's good. That was nice to see. I laid in a few comments. So that was nice to see anyway. As I say, I don't want to talk about people. Here I am. But I'm not saying bad things, I'm saying good things. Oh, there you go. Well, have a good vacation, Kimba. I don't really know what a Northern Soul movie is, but cool. Hello, Paulina. Yeah, it happened. It went well, I thought. Um, he was invited back. So yeah, good for Joe. And it was nice to see that happen. Uh, what else have we got here? Yeah, I think he archives his shows, but I'm not positive of that. I'm not one to go back and watch a live stream after it's happened. Um, I love live streams, but for me, I just I do make exceptions. I watched Matthew Street's live stream after it happened the other day, but I rarely do that. They're usually so long, and if I can't interact. That was the thing. I was watching Matthews and I'm like, ooh, I want to make a comment here. Oh, I can't. It's not live. So it's a different thing. Um, but yeah, I don't really have a great topic to talk about here. Yeah, I've watched some of Two Legs before too as well. I'm actually behind. Okay, the name of the movie is Northern Soul. That's what I was, because it is a kind of music. I understand that the British call much American soul Northern Soul, but I've never seen a movie about it. So cool. Well, enjoy that, Kimba. Don't let me distract you. Not very distracting, I don't think. So what's going on, anybody? Give me something to talk about. Um, yeah, because I don't have a whole lot. Haven't gotten anything new lately, except I changed out turntables again. So the next time you see my turntable when I'm spinning 45s, it will be my old one. Um, and I can talk about that if anybody wants. Okay, cool. New ski lodge on Mixcloud. well, Kimba, ah, that's that's pretty funny. Yeah. I don't know if it's funny or if it's sad that, a snowplow commercial is more distracting than I am. That might be sad. I don't know. Paulina, from everything I've heard, this initial release of Get Back will not have any extra content. It'll just be the 7.5 hours of Get Back. And they will probably redo it later with more content, which is what they do. And despite maybe trying to put off bootleggers with it or whatever, it's what they do anyway. I mean, look at the Beatles one. The Beatles came out with the Beatles one, and then a couple of years later they came out with it again remastered. Then they came out with a video and in different formats. It's just what they do. They want you to buy it more than once. So it's just the world we live in. So and I'm not that against it because if they can't sell a gajillion copies, they're not going to put it out. So I'm not actually. I used to be very against that kind of thing, and I'm not anymore because we're either not going to get it or we're going to get it that way. Those are the choices. So I'd rather get it, I guess. Yeah, and yeah, you're right. I haven't. There is at least small posters because Matthew Street has one, but I never saw a shirt or anything. I mean, you got to let it be album shirt if you bought the Target album. That's really the only sort of new one I've seen. I think. I don't know. I don't. Retail is funny these days, and just any kind of merchandise is funny because they could put it out, but nobody's really sure who's going to sell it anymore. Can you get it into a store? Is it only online? Retail has become a very odd place these days. Again, just the way it is, I guess. I I don't know. What else has anybody got? I'm really bad at this. I wish somebody that comes on would come on. I haven't. It's weird. Earlier in the week, I wanted to do this early in the week, but so many people were going live, I couldn't get in. I'm like, okay, well, this person's going now, and this person's going now, and this person's going now, and that happened through Wednesday, and then all of a sudden, now nobody's streaming. Why does everybody stream in the middle of the week, and then it goes away? And on the weekends, when people have, maybe that's it. Maybe they have time, so they're doing other things. I don't know. Yeah, the EMI staircase photos are great, and I love the one that superimposed the old guys on top of the 63 one on top of the 71. That is a fantastic picture. Um, but yeah, I love that concept. I thought that concept was John thought of that, which is I didn't think John was that into it in '69, but it was John thought of that, and that was a really good idea. I heard that they're giving out get back posters at the IMAX showing of the rooftop. Well, for like from what I heard, like $40 a ticket, they should. It's a lot to go see a movie. And it's not even a long movie. I mean, yeah, I guess you get Peter Jackson talking about it at the end, which is cool, but I don't know. Yeah, I expected somebody to be streaming tonight, Steven, and nobody was, and nobody was, and nobody was, and I was gonna come on, and then I gave him one more chance, and I watched somebody's like 45-minute video. Watched Cinema at Midnight's latest video, and then I'm like, okay, I might as well come on and see if anybody's interested in this. So I'm a film person too, by the way, people. I don't just do music. I love film. I love mostly older film, but every decade has at least some good movies in it. Now it's just like everything else. It's so corporate and money based that it's hard to see anything that's fascinating or interesting. It's all Marvel, and I'm not a comic book person. Um, People that are comic book people are great. Good for you. I just, as a kid, never got into it. Didn't like books when I was a kid of any kind. Didn't like reading. Didn't like any of it. So I never got into comic books. But old films from silent on through the early '60s are my favorites. Love that. Love old TV. Just a nostalgia person. I just think I don't know that they did things better back then. They did things with much less, and it's much better. What do we have here? Reggie Jackson. Oh, wow, wow, that's, that's awesome. Yeah, I don't even know if I have a movie theater left anywhere near me. There might be. I'm not sure. It was supposed to close for good. I'm not sure if it did or didn't. Yeah, okay. Never. Paulina was never into the comic book stuff either, but since Marvel rolled out the Marvel Cinematic Universe, she totally got interested. It's very genius on what they were doing. Okay, cool. I don't like special effects. I don't. I like seeing real stuff. And my screen just got dark. Let me do something about this. Um, I like um. That'll do. I like you know, location shooting and blah, blah. Or I like the chintzy way they used to do it too. I like the projection in the back screen of a car with two people being bounced around on the outside by people shaking the car. I like that kind of stuff. I think it's cool. I think it's interesting. Um, Whereas if you just have two people I don't know. I mean, sometimes I'm interested. Like I liked Sin City, and that was a movie that was almost all special effects. I like that because that's what it is. If that's what it is, then okay. But, you know, or I don't like them to be. I don't like to be hit over the head with special effects. Stephen Snee says, I love comic books from the 1940s to the 1970s and absolutely love the MCU movies. Haven't been impressed by the DC movies. Okay. And great. I mean, again, it's great, and I'm glad. At least they're still making movies, whatever they are, and people are still going. I mean, I was worried a year ago that they were just going to stop making movies, period, because what's the point? People can't go see them, and um, well, movie theaters are, and right now, movie theaters are in trouble. Almost all movie theaters are in trouble. So, if that's what they got to do to keep movies going, then do it. Again, I don't want to see a whole industry go away. Believe me, I do not. Captain Copter, welcome. There you go. Key Largo with Humphrey Bogart is a fantastic movie. I love Humphrey Bogart. Um, and the movies him and Lauren Bacall did are fantastic. Almost every Bogart movie is good, even his really, really early ones where he's only in them for 5 minutes. He's usually good and kind of steals the movie. I love Bogey. But yeah, I mean, I studied film in college. That's what I did. So um I'm very into film. I understand the language of film, and that's the other my other problem with modern movies. Many filmmakers don't even understand the language of film anymore. They don't understand the rules. I mean, you need the rules so that you can break them. Most of our filmmakers today don't even know the rules, so they might break them, they might not. They don't know, they don't care, and I don't know. It takes. I like watching a film in two ways. I like watching a film for the story and to get caught up in it, but I also like to see what the filmmaker is doing and what their approach is, and are they breaking rules, are they, how is this film set up, um where music in film is important to me. Is it too much? Is it part of the film, or is it just there? I love it when filmmakers incorporate some of the music into the actual scene of the film. It's actual really there. Diegetic music is what it's called. I love that. Yeah, and I'm probably boring most of you to death. I've got 15 people watching this. That's amazing to me. Thank you all for coming. Hello, by the way. And it's not too late. Happy New Year. I'll call it today's the last day you can say that. There. I'll call it the 15th is the cutoff for Happy New Year. Um, what else can we talk about? I was talking about my turntable. I went back to I have a techniques, and the reason that I replaced it with a U-turn is it takes a P mount cartridge, and they don't make great P mount cartridges, and I wanted something that sounded really, really good. But I'm so bad at changing cartridges, and my cartridge on my U-turn is wearing out, and I've broken 2 wires on 2 different turntables trying to change the part cartridge in the last couple of months. So, I ordered a very well, what's the word I'm looking for? Liked, it seems, on Amazon, P mount cartridge for this turntable for fairly for really cheap price, and I'm pretty impressed with it, actually. Think it sounds way better than, my turntable was sounding, so I'm back to an older turntable for the moment. Um, Good for you, Kim. I'm the same way. I rarely watch modern movies. I like the old stuff. In fact, I mean, this is very telling, but I'll tell it anyway. I've been watching Star Trek or Star Trek, yeah, Star Wars Episode 1, and I just watched Star Wars Episode 2. I've never seen them before. Now, I'm not talking about episodes 4, 5, and 6. I've seen those. I'm talking about the ones from the late 90s, 2000s. I've never seen them before. I've heard they were not very good. So I finally watched the first one, and I just watched the second one tonight. Very funny, Kimba. Yeah, just 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 for that. There you go. Um and I must say, from everything negative I heard about episode 1 of Star Trek, I thought it was decent. Episode 2 I didn't like as much. Again, just it just looks so fake. And I don't I'm a guy that if I watch Godzilla, I want to watch the 60s Godzilla. I want to watch a guy in a suit. I don't want to watch a CGI Godzilla. That I don't it just doesn't do anything for me. And so much of Star Wars is CGI, especially volume episode 2. It just and some of it looks it. I mean, they were getting there, but they weren't as good as they are right now. Um so yeah. What else have I got? So yeah, anyway, this turntable is an elliptical stylus, the cartridge. For a cheap cartridge with an elliptical stylus is very rare, and I'm not used to that. And I've noticed I'm getting more highs, deeper lows, which are both good things, but I am also getting a little more record noise, which is okay because the records I'm playing aren't minty for the most part. And I like it, and I'll see how it goes, and eventually I'll trade again and see what's up, but for right now, next time I show my turntable, it will be a different one. You think they're better than the first 3, Kimbo? Really? By the first 3, I mean 4, 5, and 6? Wow. See, I'm not a huge Star Wars guy anyway, and I'm the perfect age. I was, what, 14, 15 when the first one came out, something like that. I'm the perfect age for Star Wars, and it didn't interest me at all when I was a kid. I never saw them till probably, I don't know, 10 years ago or something like that. Um, and I thought they were okay. You know, they're okay for what they are, and I think again, the first one is okay for I thought the second one, The Attack of the Clones, was just forced. The whole story was forced. I mean, I understand it's supposed to be like a 1930s serial. I kinda get that. So, I kinda get where they're going, over the top, too big, blah, blah. But it's just everything is just too convenient, and I don't know. It was okay. Okay, you're saying 4, 5, 6 are the best. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think so too. Um, but again, I haven't seen episode 3 yet. That'll be on my be coming up soon. And when I watch a movie, I watch everything. If there's a commentary track, I watch the movie again with the commentary. If there's special features, I watch all the special features. I'm a film guy. I want to know how it was made. I want to know everything I can know about the movie, even if I'm not hugely impressed with the movie. I still want to know. Maybe that will help me out. I mean, the commentary gave me a bit more appreciation for episode 2, than I had watching it without the commentary. So, you know, we'll see. So, anybody else got anything? Any questions? Any comments? Anything? Because I don't know what to say. This streaming stuff isn't my normal bag. I wouldn't be a good talk show host. I'm not, not that quippy. Okay, that's again. I'm. I hope I'm not sounding like I'm dissing it. I'm not. It's just not my thing. I understand that way more people like Star Wars than don't and are huge fans, and I get it, and it's cool, and I'm very very happy for you. And I didn't say anything bad about Disney having it now. I wouldn't. Again, they're keeping it alive, and it's better keeping it alive than not keeping it alive. It's just not my thing. I'm I like old movies. I like old I don't know. I like movies about real things too. I'm not much of a fantasy guy when it comes to movies. I like movies that I can relate to, characters I can relate to, things that might happen to me or someone I know. Um, I'm probably not gonna have to save the world from stormtroopers in my life. So it's just the way I am. It's just the way I'm built. Okay, Steven loves the special features on DVDs. I do too. I also love to find out how things were made. Sometimes I buy DVDs, watch the special features, and never get around watching the movie for a while. I don't do. But I wanna see the movie first. I wanna go in cold. I'd rather go into a movie cold, not knowing anything. Sometimes if I'm really confused and I really don't have a clue what I'm getting into, once in a while, I will watch the trailer. If the DVD comes with a trailer, once in a great while, I will watch the trailer before I watch the movie, but nothing else. Um and one of my problems is when I rewatch something, I usually rewatch the special features as well. So sometimes it takes me days to get through a movie. Paulina says, I'm the same way as far as modern movies. I love biopics as long as they're good biopics. Like, yeah, the Frost Nixon, Good Night. I haven't seen Frost Nixon. I haven't seen Milk. I haven't seen Frost Nixon. I own it, but I haven't ever watched it, and I did like Good Night and Good Luck. I thought that was pretty good. Oh, okay, you meant DVDs and movies you've already seen. Alright. Okay. Because, hello, Cindy Urban, how are you? Yeah, no, I love Hitchcock. He is one of my all-time favorite directors. I was just watching, as I was saying earlier, Cinema at Midnight. And they were talking a little bit about really early Hitchcock, which I like. They were talking about The Lodger and Rich and Strange, both of which I've seen in the last year or two, and both worth checking out. Almost any Hitchcock is worth checking out. His early stuff is very different from his later stuff, but worth seeing, and it kind of points the direction of how he got where he got to. Well, I definitely will see Frost Nixon again. I own it. I've just never. I haven't seen it. I have a lot of movies. People think I have a lot of records. I have just as many movies as I have records. Um, so I have. There are a ton of movies I haven't seen. And you know, during these times when things aren't so great, I often go for the familiar, or the familiar and the nice. Not that Frost Nixon would probably be a great movie to watch during these times, but I rarely, like these days, rarely watch suspense movies I haven't seen, especially modern ones or horror ones or movies where rotten things happen to people. I want to be cheered up these days, not brought down. Yeah, it's Pauline. It gets it gets almost out of control. I wouldn't say it gets out of control, but there are only so many hours in the day, and you have to be in the mood. That's the other thing. Sometimes I'll buy a movie that I definitely want to see, but you have to be in the mood to see it. And if you're not, then there's no point because you're not going to enjoy it anyway if you're not in the mood to see whatever movie it is that you're going to watch. And also, like I just saw them talking about on the serial at midnight. They're talking about sometimes, even though you've got these huge physical libraries of stuff, sometimes you just, for me, I don't have cable, but sometimes I just want to put on Pluto or Tubi or something and just see what I can find and just sit back and not go through everything and find something. Sometimes it's easier just to go, oh, screw it, let's see. And I found out that you can watch them even on your computer. I could sit right here and watch a movie. I did the other night, which is I'd rather go in my living room, but that's another story why I didn't. I thought it was weird that there was a movie I wanted to watch on Pluto that I found on my computer right here on Pluto. I went to watch it on TV and it wasn't on Pluto on my TV, which I'm like, okay, did they take it off? So then I went back to my computer and there it was. So there are different levels of these things, which is very odd these days. Brinley, hello, my friend. How are you? I hope you're well. Thank you. Haircut's almost a month old now, but thanks. I hope you're doing well, my friend. Not me. I don't think there's anybody in here that wants to, but let me put an invite back up in case anybody wants to join me. I would love somebody to join me because me sitting here talking is not my thing. It just isn't. So Brinley, pick up anything. You're still on vacation, right? Pick up anything in your travels, Brinley? What else can we talk about? I don't know. I haven't picked up anything lately. Literally, besides a new cartridge, nothing. Brinley's hanging in there. Just started a new semester of school. Oh, so you're back from your vacation. I also picked up Rhino's limited edition colored vinyl of the Monkees Pisces. Yeah, I knew that was coming out. Thank you, Richard. Yeah, I knew that was coming out. A whole bunch of I'm I saw the list of Rhinos Start Your Ear Out this year, and I wasn't that impressed. Um, I wasn't that impressed by it. A couple of the titles they've already done a Start Your Ear Out before. The Richard Hell and the Voids, they've already done that one. There was one or two more. I'm like, they've already done these. The Monkees, I mean, it's cool that they put it out in a different color, but how many color variants are of the monk have they done for each Monkees album? I know Rhino's catalog is bigger than this. So I wasn't that impressed by their Start Your Ear Off Right this year, unfortunately. I wish I was, but anyway, I hope you had a good vacation, Brindley, anyway. Um, okay, Brindley didn't think it was too impressive either. Look for anything monkeys. Well, yeah, I mean, it's cool. I don't know that they've put that one out on colored vinyl by itself before, but it's in the box. But for a while there was like three different editions of the first Monkees album out on different colored vinyl, and I know there's been some heads out before, and it's just, but to be honest, the Monkees album was probably the best one on the list for me. I already got, like I said, a couple of them that were on the list in different colors, but they've already done them and I already have them. Got lucky. I was planning on going to Barnes and Noble just for this release, and the store right down the road was the only location that had it within an hour. Cool, very cool. My Barnes and Noble, I only go to once every couple of months. Its selection is very small. It rarely changes. I won't go there for 2 months, and there'll be like 5 or 6 records that weren't there before. You know, I rarely go there, but it's the same with, you know, it's the selection isn't much bigger than Walmart or Target. Maybe it's slightly bigger, but not very much. Now there's another one a few towns away that's much, much better, but I haven't been there in a couple of years, ever since this crap started. Okay. Pauline, I was at a swap meet in town called San Bernardino and found for $5 a red vinyl copy of Headquarters from Sundays. Very cool, Paulina. That's very cool. And the Sundays ones, correct me if I'm wrong, have bonus tracks. So on vinyl, they're a little bit weird because they put all the bonus tracks on one side of the record. So it's like side two will start with a different track than normal. At least the couple that I have are like that, which I think is cool. I think if you're gonna put something out, it doesn't have to be an exact replica of the original. I'm not a stickler for that. Put it out, add bonus tracks, do it however you want. I think it's cool. I'm That's just me. And congrats, that's for $5. That's amazing. Let's see, they didn't have any of the other COR titles at all, just the on Pisces. I was glad to walk out with it probably within an hour. Very cool. You probably go there twice. My Barnes and Noble by me doesn't even stock DVDs or Blu-rays. They have a small record selection. They probably have 10 DVDs and Blu-rays and 20 CDs, and that's it. Nothing. They're books and a small little record section, and that's it. So yeah, I don't go there at all. Cindy, I love Wes Anderson is probably my favorite modern filmmaker. I love him. Rushmore is my second favorite. I actually like, and I might be the only one in the world, but I actually like the Royal Tenenbaums better than Rushmore. I love Rushmore, don't get me wrong, it's fantastic. But there's just something about the Royal Tenenbaums. I've never been a Gene Hackman fan, and it's the only movie I like Gene Hackman in. I just love it, and his soundtracks are fantastic for all of his movies. And I have not seen his latest yet. I need to because I am a huge, huge Wes Anderson fan. Okay, so it sounds like on this one they stuck them at the end of the sides because the ones I have, like the first song from side two would be the last track on side one, and they put the bonus tracks on the end of side two, which is an interesting way to do it. I kind of like that. It's funky, but I don't have that one. I have the first album. I can't even think of what I might have Pisces, Aquarius on. That might be the other one I have on Sundays. I think I only have two of them. Yeah, the one that the one I have opened, I don't know, 15 years ago or something. It hasn't been there that long. And they've never stocked. I was shocked that they stocked records. And they were the first, in fact, when the whole vinyl resurgence came, they were the first store that started stocking albums. But it wasn't a lot, it's I don't know, they might have 200 albums maybe. 200, 2 to 300, I would say, is how many records they stock. Not a lot. And they've got this little board with like the top hits on it, DVDs going across the top, and then CDs under it. Just sort of this pegboard thing that stands up. And the other side's like magazines. It's it's nothing, you know. Um, so yeah. So if I travel to Ithaca, which is a little ways away, and like I said, I haven't been to Ithaca in 2 years now. They have a good one there. Although the one there, they cut the record selection in half at one point. It was huge, and I mean it's still a very nice selection of vinyl, but it was twice the size at one point. Let's see. Paulina says, I have the first two albums on Arista. I love more of the Monkees on Arista. It has a longer version of it. Does it? Huh. I might have I might have a Japanese copy of More of the Monkees on Arista. I'm not sure. I've got a couple Monkees on Arista, but they're all Japanese. I don't think I have any US reissues on Arista. Mine are all either original Colgems or Rhinos. And Rhino did a really good job in the 80s when they re-released those. Hello, L7. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Again, we were just talking about Wes Anderson. I love Wes Anderson. I found that it's like this boarded poster. I don't know what its deal is, but I found that for like 3 or 4 bucks at a Salvation Army a few years ago. And I got tired and nothing behind me, and I didn't have a way to put it, so it's just like resting on my doorknob on my closet door. If I want to open that closet, I have to take it down. Here's a link, L7, if you want to come up, save me. If anybody wants to come up and save me, um, that would be much appreciated because I'm not all about the gab as far as myself goes. Um, what else can I talk about here? Looking around me to get inspired. Um, and I'm not being very inspired. Uh, I can show this just because it's interesting. This is I find things like this interesting. This is Cindy Lauper and Girls Just Want to Have Fun picture sleeve. And it's demonstration, not for sale. This never came out like for retail in a picture sleeve, which is just really silly. I mean, they apparently gave them to DJs and stuff, and radio stations got these, but regular people could not pick up these Cyndi Lauper girls just want to have fun pictures sleeve. Which I find that very, very strange. Of course, it's a white label promo. I collect white label promo 45. I have hundreds of them. But this is an interesting one. There are very few, I think, that have promo only picture sleeves. There, I talked about something else. I don't know. And yeah, Moonrise Kingdom was great. I like all of Wes Anderson's films. I don't think he's done a bad one. He's done one or two that aren't amazing, but I don't think he's ever done a bad one. His first film, I don't think, is amazing. Bottle Rocket. It's really good, and for what it costs to make, and for a first film, it's really good for a first film, and for the little money he put into it, it's great. And I've never been a huge Steve Zissou fan. I can never even think of what that one is called. The one about the submarine. Um, but I will say, every time I watch that film, I like it more than I did before. So, um, that's saying a lot for that film, actually. Those are probably my least two favorite films. And look, yay!
Hey Tim,
Yay!
how you doing?
Good, how are you? Somebody
Ah,
came up to save me.
I was going on and I just saw it was live. I was like, oh hey, Tim's live. And then I saw the poster. I was like, oh, I'll say something about the poster. I love that movie. That's one of my favorite movies.
Like
Um,
I said, I at least like everything he's ever done. And I love most of what he's done.
Most of the time, I haven't seen like a lot of his movies, but like whenever I catch like a little bit of the movie, I end up like I hate watching movies halfway and like you come in halfway and then you finish it. But that's usually what ends up happening with those movies if I see them on TV because I'll just want to
Yeah.
keep watching it, even though it's the middle. I'm like I don't care. I'm very interested all of a sudden. um, it's good. You asked me to come on. I was gonna write this whole novel about the Monkees era stuff, but basically what I was gonna write was Arista owned all the Monkey stuff in the 80s, so all those Rhino reissues were licensed from Arista at the
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
So, and Arista was like really bad about that because basically what they told Rhino is, "Here's all the stuff we have," and they were like, "This isn't everything," and then they were like, "Well, go look for it, I guess. Bye." Like they didn't really care, and I don't know why. In like '88, they were like, "Well, all those Monkey Rhino albums sold great," so they decided to take a leaf out of their book and they re-released the first two albums on Arista in '88 on vinyl. They were also put them
Hmm.
out on CD. They were the first US CDs of the Monkees, and then they did Headquarters and Pisces on CD in '89. They never did the vinyl for those two, and then they just thought no one's buying this stuff. But that's because they were kind of ahead in it. They also remixed a lot of them because they didn't have the multi tracks for a lot of them at the time, so they just made their own redos um,
Wow.
for a lot of the mixes on those. So if you see any of the first four albums on Arista on CD, they probably have some exclusive mix of some sort on it.
Wow. No, I never even knew about that.
Yeah.
I knew that Rhino lost them at some point, but Rhino loses everything at some point. So, that never surprises me. You just expect
What
Rhino's gonna have it and then they're not.
what I didn't know for a while was there's a great interview with Andrew Sandoval from like I'm gonna say March of 2021, and he got asked a question by the interviewer, and he said, "Well, no one's ever really asked it, so it's a good story." He talks about how the rights went from where they were to Rhino, And it's so funny to me because Arista had the right to everything that came out, but Columbia Pictures owned all the music that was unreleased. So when Live 67 and Missing Links were released, they did not have to license them from Arista. They had to license them from Columbia Pictures. It's just so bizarre. So Arista owned everything that came out, and Columbia Pictures owned everything that didn't come out. And it was like, I was like, huh, I never knew that. That's a really weird way to keep everything.
Wow, yeah, no, rights. I read a few books on the legal side of music and things, and it's always fascinating. What you learned. It seems like it wouldn't be. It seems like, oh, it's a law, it's boring, but it's not. It explains a lot. Whenever you learn there's this law and there's this law, and like everybody's seen like these radio shows that in the last few years have been coming out. This you know Tom Petty on the here, or whatever, these semi legit things. There's the law in America is they're illegal in America. People still have them, but they are. But in almost every other country in the world, they're legal because sort of internationally, a law got passed a few years ago that after 25 years after the broadcast, the radio station or whoever recorded the concert now owns it. It is theirs. So these things that come out, like these mega Bruce Springsteen sets and all of this stuff.
Yeah, well, all these radio shows.
Yeah, they're usually out of the UK. The radio stations sell the tapes to whoever, the highest bidder. And then that person now owns these, and they put them out legally. And there's nothing the artist can do about it. Now they have to pay royalties as far as, songwriting and stuff like that goes.
Yeah.
You have to do your BMI stuff. But other than that, they own them. So these UK labels that you see own this stuff. That's why, all these Beatle albums that come out in the UK that people like Matthew Street and Beetle Brad love, these are all legitimate everywhere but the US. And they are sold here and people look the other way. And a couple of years ago, FYE was full of this stuff. And I think they got hounded or something happened because they're not.
That wouldn't surprise me.
So I think something happened with that. But in the rest of the world, this stuff is most of the rest of the world. This stuff is legit and legal, and it's the way the law works. It's very odd.
To me, it's just.
I'm gonna put up. Hang on one second. I'm gonna put up. No, of course not, Paulina. I've never met you, so yeah. Come on up.
Hello, Kimba.
So I find that there's a fantastic. And I've lost L7. Well, as I was about to say, there's a fantastic book on bootlegs called the Secret Record Industry or something like that. That's really, really good, and you learn a lot from that. And L7, I don't know what happened. I hope you come back. I didn't kick him. I'll say that much. So now what's gonna happen? No one cares what's gonna happen. Come on, let's be honest. And Anthony, hello. I didn't mean to not say hello to you. What's gonna happen? And there we go. Hello.
Hey Tim.
Be honest. And how are you? Hello. I didn't mean to.
I'm very good. Hello. This is like my first time actually meeting you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, welcome.
Yeah, I said that L7 left because I was very amazed by what he said, because these are the first two albums on Arista.
Oh,
and
very cool.
and they actually sound very, very amazing. I've been
Oh,
impressed by how good they sound, and especially when it came to that thing that I said um about the extended version of Mary Mary. On this one, this is the CD version,
Yeah, CDs. Hmm.
wow, very
and
cool. See, I never even knew about those.
Oh yeah, well, a lot of the time Arista had to. They just the so much of the Monkey catalog is very. They're still finding things about like missing parts. There's so many multi-tracks. There's a story I've heard where like when they were making the Justice album, they had this idea for that special they did on ABC. And Peter goes to Andrew Sandoval and he's like, so we want to do this thing where we have the original backing tracks and we sing new vocals over it. We want to do
Uh-huh.
this thing. So can you get us the original multi-tracks for like I'm a Believer and Last Train to Clarkson? And Andrew has said, well, we don't even have those. Those are missing. And they have to like, oh, we thought they would have kept, well, we all thought they would have kept something, but they didn't. So they've still never found Clarksville. To my knowledge, I think Clarksville is still missing the multi-tracks.
wow,
Wow, that's sad.
it's probably in some type of studio either in Hollywood or New York.
And some of them might have just walked away with them. Who knows? Because back then, people could just, oh, I'm going to take the tape for review, and then the song never gets put out, and then there's no reason to return the tape at that point.
They could have reused them. I mean, EMI was reusing tapes. That's why, like, the master tapes for Love Me Do and She Loves You and early stuff like that are missing because they
Yeah, they didn't
reused
really
them.
know what they had on their hands when they had the Beatles. They didn't really until I think as they started to get big with like Please Please Me and everything like that. They're like, okay, whatever is recorded, we keep. And I don't know if you saw the Get Back um series that came out on Disney Plus, but I think it was Glenn Johns or someone saying like, "Oh, should we tape over this so that we record a new thing?" They're like, "No, switch tapes." So I
Yeah,
guess
by then,
they
yeah,
told them like, "Oh, we don't record on top of anything. Anything that Beatles record, we save those tapes. We may know whatever what we use them for, but
It's funny because me and Brinley, we were talking last night, and we discovered because we were talking about the German songs, and we said
hmm
so. We thought, okay, well, She Loves You had to exist up at least until that point, but we were surprised to find out that She Lived Itch is a completely new recording.
yeah. No, they
I
couldn't find it.
I never knew that. I was like, oh my
I mean,
god, and we listened to it together, and we were like, oh my god, it is a completely different recording. It's,
yeah, no, it is. I Want to Hold Your Hand is same and she thick as they had to re-record it. They did a
yeah.
fantastic job. Most people
Oh, it
don't even
sounds
know.
almost identical.
Yeah, most people don't even know.
yeah, I think
And it sounds
Dr.
better.
Lopez even
It
took
sounds better than She Loves
elements
You.
from the German and made like a new some type of stereo mix of "She Loves You," just using parts of the backing of "Sleep Deep," and I was like, "That's interesting how they did that." But at least we have like some type of stereo mix, even though it's not a true stereo mix.
It's interesting though, with all the things that we don't have and we do have. I think if I'm being quite honest, I think the Monkees is one of the most interesting ones because there's just that whole era of trying to recollect everything in the '80s. Just there's so many different things. If you get the album Monkey Business, there are so many exclusive mixes on Monkey Business, and depending on which version of that you pick up as well, like the
hmm
'86 reissue has a version of Star Collector that goes on for like almost another minute longer. That's
Yep.
never been put out ever again, and it's like this crazy Moog freak out, and it's the
Yep.
same song. It's the same exact thing from Pisces. It's just way longer in the middle of it. So there's all these different variations of things, and just because people didn't label things back then, for a lot of people, I mean, there's a lot of tapes, master-wise, they're still missing. I know there's
Yeah.
like,
Monkeys Flips is the first place I think that has the vocals up version of Circle Sky. And It doesn't say it anywhere. It just they
No,
basically
it says it's from Head. It says it's the version from Head on the back.
Yeah, they basically use the wrong version, and it's great. It's why I own Monkey Flips, is because it's the vocals up version of Circle Sky.
And with all those different things coming out, and then Arista said we got to remix them because we got to make them sound a little bit better, and then they just abandoned that whole thing. I think Arista had like the stars in their eyes. Basically, they saw how well the reissues did for Rhino, so they tried to do it again, and then they tried to do the whole CD thing way too early, in my opinion, because I don't think anyone who was a Monkees fan was going to buy a CD player just to get the Monkees on CD. It's just a 12-track album. I've already got the vinyl.
Yeah, and Rhino had MTV showing the Monkees to help sell them, and the people had already bought them on Rhino.
Yeah.
Most of the people that wanted them now had them on Rhino.
Mm-hmm. And there's actually a really interesting story of an album that was supposed to come out in '86. It was supposed to come out with Changes, the reissue, and it was called The Rest of ... And what it was going to be, it's rumored it was just going to be something like Monkey Business with more songs. And all it was going to be was like, if you've seen that 10-box set, like that 10 LP set, it was basically just going to be like bonus disc. That's what the whole goal was. We've reissued all 9 of the albums. This is just the odds and ends stuff. And Arista stopped them from putting it out because they were going to put out Then and Now, the Best of the Monkees. And they said, we don't want you to interfere with the sales of this. This is ours. And so there's actually Billboard, like new releases, and it's on there, but there's no track listing or anything. There's nothing, and it never did see the light day. But I always thought that was interesting too.
Well, Then and Now didn't even start with Arista. And Then and Now started with Silver Eagle Records.
Yeah.
It was on Silver Eagle Records first as a 2-record set with no new material on it. And then Arista put it out as a single with 3 new songs on it.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, what happened there was Arista had this concept for a compilation 20th anniversary thing, and they came up with the best of what is the Silver Eagle thing, the best of the Monkees. And that's what they came up with. They were like, here's 24 songs. It's really good. And then they came up with the idea of new songs with Mickey and Peter, and they were like, So they thought about it, and they said, we're gonna license this out to this company, Silver Eagle, for a TV order thing, and you can get that there. And then we're gonna do our own single LP version with the new songs. And then the CD, I think, which came out like a few months later, has like a weird hybrid combination of both of them.
Yeah, the CD has just more tracks.
Yeah. It's like,
Plus, they also had that remix of Daydream Believer.
That gives all the other remixes a bad name because when you're young and you hear the word remix, you think they've added a whole bunch of things, and all the other remixes were just trying to make it work better with the existing material. But I don't.
All they added was reverb.
So they added 80s drums, like an 80s drum beat to it.
It's bad.
They did that with the Birds album called Never New. I forget what it's called. It's an 80s one, and it has a bunch of odds and ends, and there's a song on there called Lady Friend. And they said drums were never pronounced correctly, so we just re-recorded them in the 80s, and it sounds very much like they re-recorded them in the 80s.
I was reading up on the Birds last year, and I read about that, and I was like, let me take a listen to it. And I was like, I'm not going to listen to this ever again.
No, it's not good. It doesn't sound anything like the original.
What was David Crosby thinking?
Now, are they right? I went back to the original. I was like, yeah, the drums are very buried. But you know what? That doesn't mean you needed to do this. This sounds way too... You just took the song out of the 60s and just put a sprinkle of 80s all over.
The only time that actually worked is, I think this is like maybe in 2004, 2005. The Zombies were coming out with the stereo mixes of their music. It was called the Decca Stereo Anthology. And I believe that the drums were weak on She's Not There and one other song. So Hugh Grundy came back into the studio and they did this whole overdub in LA, and I listened to it, and it sounds amazing. It actually just sounds just like how it did in the '60s. So it wasn't like they added like like 2000 like all the fancy studio stuff
Yeah,
into it. It sounds just like how it sounded in the drums were sounding in the '60s. They even brought back his original drum set to use on it, so that it didn't sound out of place.
there's sometimes when they put the effort in, it's a pretty good result. Brentley is a great Hollies fan, and he told me this story. There's a Hollies song. It's called Schoolgirl, and it was unreleased. And it's
He put it in the comments.
yeah. Did he?
Yeah, it just says Holly Schoolgirl.
Yeah, there you go. Where Tony Hicks, I think he used the exact same guitar and everything. He went back and overdubbed it, and that's the version that came out. And it doesn't sound like it sounds direct out of the 60s, even though it's got new guitar and everything all over the damn thing. But sometimes it's faithful. Other times it just sticks out like a sore thumb. Billy Joel, a good example.
I can't hear it. I don't mind. I don't even know if it's true, but a lot of people said that on a lot of the Who reissues in the '90s, John Entwistle went back and redid all his bass parts. I don't know if that's true or not. I can't tell, so I don't
I
care.
can't imagine he even would, because he was more of a historian of the group anyway. He was like, he compiled odds and sods, and he was always doing that.
I mean he remixed God, don't get old, guys. I can't think of their second movie. He did that soundtrack, and he remixed all of those songs.
Well, most
putting
of
the bass way up in the mix.
Well, I wonder what. But as far as I know, I haven't heard any of that. But I could be wrong. I may not be able to hear it either. If it's as good as it is, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Who sounds better now than it ever has, and if they've messed with it a little bit, I don't really care. It sounds great to me.
There are some people in this world that can do it the same on a whole different recording. Like, here's a good example of that. I found out, I think about a year or so ago. You've all heard the album Yellow Submarine, I assume. The original '69. Yeah. The second side by George Martin. All music from the film. It is not the same version, like takes that are in the movie. They are completely different recordings than the ones in the movie, and they sound the exact same. It is amazing to me. And I think it was some kind of rule what EMI had. You had to, for the thing, you have to do a redo of it for this proper record version of it. And they did. And it sounds exactly the same as the ones in the movie. And I was like, I couldn't believe it. It just blew my mind that they could do it again so precise.
And that was shocking that they even did that in the first place, because we've all seen in the other previous albums, like Hard Day's Night, how Magical Mystery Tour, they didn't have the incidental music. That was left for the American albums for Capitol to do. And so for them to do it for the Yellow Submarine was like, wow, okay.
Well, I know John hated that. John, I remember, because I remember reading it, because I'm one of those people that's like, Magical Mystery Tour is an EP. It's not, because I know John hated the album that as well. But I read somewhere John, and to an extent Paul, really were pissed about how Yellow Submarine was issued in the UK, because they thought that it was ripping off everybody, because it's not a real Beatle record. And the whole plan was to put that out so that all the immediate people would buy it, because and any fan who was like, well, I'm not paying this much money for 4 songs, they were going to put out an EP. And
with Across the Universe.
With the original nature version of Across the Universe. And it just never came out. It got to the acetate days. Like they'd mastered it and everything, but it just never came out for some reason. Which I think they would have preferred, if I'm being quite honest. Just so, I mean, it makes sense. It's only 4 new songs.
Yeah.
It's interesting to think about, what people would have wanted out and all that stuff. And you can go to the Monkees again, All Your Toys, and that would have been a whole different rabbit hole if that song had come out, in my opinion.
Yeah, I heard that the story about that song was they wanted it on the album, but I guess the writers just didn't want to license it out.
What happened with All of Your Toys was Bill Martin wrote it, and he was a friend of Chip Douglas and Mike's, and he wrote this song, and they loved it, and they recorded it, and they were all set, and they were like, "This is going to be our new single." There's some speculation whether or not it was actually supposed to be an A-side, but the basic thing was it was going to be an A-side, and The Girl I Knew Somewhere was going to be a B-side, and that was going to be their thing. And they brought it to Screen Gems, and Screen Gems had this rule that if they were not a registered writer for Screen Gems, they were not allowed to issue it under this thing. It just, that's how they had. And because of that, Bill Martin became a registered writer for Screen Gems, and he has a song that he co-wrote with Chip called "The Door into Summer." So he did get a song under them, but at the time, he wasn't registered, so they said we will not allow this song to come out. I think they broke that rule too later on in the '60s. I think with "Someday Man" they might have broken that rule, but I can't recall. There's a lot of information in my brain.
There's just so many rules and so much just stuff that people had to go through back then. It's absurd, really, when you think about, and the songs that didn't come out, and things like Teardrop City eventually came out, but that was recorded very early, and that's one of my favorite tracks. And for that not to come out, that just blows me away. Valerie was fairly early too.
Well, there's a lot of speculation about what the third Don Kirshner album for the Monkees would have even been, because he had been piling up things. Supposedly Valerie might have been included in a third Monkees album by Don Kirshner, because he was very big on the song. That was apparent, in a lot of the things I read. But all I do know about the third Monkees album, and this is just from my personal opinion, is that it probably would have included "She Hangs Out," the original version, and "Little Bit Me, a Little Bit You." That's probably a definite for a Don Kirshner third Monkees album. But
yeah,
and "Love to Love" and a few other stuff that end up as bonus tracks on Headquarters.
Yeah,
it would have been very, very David heavy.
Yeah, I think so as well. And it's weird because, the whole thing with the Monkees is like when they get creative control, Don Kirshner was not out of the picture at that point. There's Chip Douglas talks about him becoming the producer and having to meet with Don, and Don telling him, "Look, I'm still in charge of what goes out," and Chip being basically like, "Okay, I don't really care, but I'm just gonna produce them." But he got fired just because he wanted to do it his way, and he did that whole thing with "A Little Bit You" and "She Hangs Out" in Canada, and that's why.
Yeah, and he was right in my opinion. That's the better version of the single. And hello, Alex. And no, I'm not done. If you want to come up and say hi, please do.
I actually disagree with you heavily on that. I think "A Girl I Knew Somewhere" is the way better version of the single, but I do think it's a weird single. I think because it definitely shows two sides of a group. And if I'm not mistaken, it was more of a compromise record because they couldn't put out "All of Your Toys." They were trying to rework "The Girl I Knew Somewhere" with Mickey on vocal now, and then this whole thing happens with the single in Canada. And I think it might have been Lester Sill who basically said, "Look, it's already out in Canada. People know the song, so you might as well stick with it." And we'll put this other song on the flip, and we'll just move on from here.
Even though "The Girl I Knew Summer" was actually supposed to be on the A side.
Was it?
Yeah, it was actually supposed to be an A side, but
I think it's one of the best flip sides of pop music ever.
No, all I meant was I prefer that version of "She Hangs Out" to the one that got released.
Oh.
That's what I meant. I just meant he was right, and he picked the right version, that version of the song. I prefer that version of the song to the.
Yeah, the remake sounded too harsh for me. I just turned it off.
I do prefer the Pisces version, but it's interesting on that note because that was Davey's idea, and it just shows because a lot of people when they go to this the Monkees band versions, for Headquarters and Pisces, they think, okay, well, Davey was probably the least, but Davey had a lot of ideas he was the one who suggested, let's do She Hangs Out. I've done that before. I know the words, and you know, and they just went through the whole thing and they just worked with it. Davey was also the one who suggested I can't keep what's it called? I Can't Get Her Off My Mind. That's what it is. On Headquarters, because he had done it with Boyce and Hart for the first album sessions. They even did it live in Hawaii before anyone, because Davey liked that song so much. I don't know why, but he liked it so much. And he said, we should do this song on Headquarters. And I believe also, I know I'm just spouting out random stuff at this point, but Headquarters was supposed to include The Girl I Knew Somewhere and A Little Bit Me, A Little Bit You. But something happened with the tape of A Little Bit Me, A Little Bit You. And the two songs they were going to cut, if I'm not mistaken, were No Time and I Can't Get Her Off of My Mind. But the tape for A Little Bit Me, A Little Bit You never came, and it got lost, which is one of the reasons why it was missing for so freaking long. And they just decided, well, we're not going to have a single on it. Let's just use these two songs. And they sequenced it and they put it out. And that's why it has no single. But it was supposed to. It was, you know, I've always thought that was really interesting because it's not like the most far out record you've ever heard, but it doesn't have a single at a point where that was like the big thing.
Oh yeah. I mean, America, every album had to have a single, at least one.
I think Greatest Hits would have been the great single for Headquarters, and it might have been released a single. I'm not entirely sure.
In England, they had Randy Scousky, alternate title.
Yeah.
But I think that might be the only Monkee album. Yeah, it is the only Monkee album out of single. Up there with Rubber Soul, US. You know, I think, and it's funny as well because Tim mentioned people with all the rules. One of the things I was talking about with Brinley, I think a few days ago, was the Birds again they went to the studio to record 8 Miles High, and they recorded an RCA studio, and they were like, we really like this, we dig it, here it is, Columbia. And Columbia said, you recorded it at RCA Studios? And they were like, yeah. And they're like, no, we're not releasing this, you need to go into our studio and do it again. And that's the version that came out. Now Dave,
you know
I
who
don't
else
agree that David thinks it's better, but
you know who else that happened to? Paul Anka, because he originally recorded "It Hurts to Be in Love," but then when he presented it to his company, they said like, "Well, you recorded at a studio not, contracted to us. So go back, re-record it, and then submit it to us." But he realized that he couldn't record it as great as it sounded before in that other studio, so he basically abandoned it and just gave it to Gene Pitney to do. That's why it's a very odd track for Gene Pitney, because it's more of an Anka song.
It's so bizarre with all the rules.
I'm sorry.
I guess in many respects, Capitol might have been one of the better labels to be on because they had so many studios they just let you go to. They didn't really have a whole lot of care about that stuff.
Yeah, but you had to deal with Dave Dexter. I'm just starting out Spizer's book on the Beatles in America, and oh my God, I knew Dave Dexter rejected the Beatles, but he rejected the Beatles 4 times.
He rejected 4 times.
4 times he rejected the Beatles.
He also rejected pretty much every single British invasion group. EMI.
Oh yeah.
Like,
oh yeah, no, yeah, he rejected Jerry and the Pacemakers, Billy J. Kramer, the Hollies, the Animals.
Think how rich Capitol would have been.
I don't think the Stones ever went through there, but they're about the only ones that didn't. He rejected everybody. He'd come up with these reasons. Yeah, I just read today how the Beatles finally got signed to Capitol, and Brian Epstein called the president of Capitol Records and just said, "Excuse me, but why aren't the Beatles on Capitol Records?" And he's like, "Who are the Beatles?" And he's like, "They're the biggest band in England right now. I keep sending records. They keep getting rejected." And so he's like, I'll look into it. And he calls Dave Dexter and says, right now, I want you to bring up every 45 you have on the Beatles up to my office right now. So Dexter brings them up and he plays them. And he's like, why the hell are these guys on our label? So now the Beatles are on Capitol, and the president of Capitol had to do it himself.
And they were due to do the Ed Sullivan show too, which was like a very big thing. So it's like, yeah, that guy just didn't had his pulse on what was going on, especially
But
in the younger generation of music at around that time.
a great fact to know about Dave Dexter was one of the few groups he approved in 1963 to get through America on Capitol Records was not the Beatles, was not Sharon the Faith. No, but he did approve Freddie and the Dreamers.
Yeah, he did.
For whatever reason.
He did.
He was like, these guys got what it takes.
And they flopped and then wound up on top. Well, they wound up on Tower, which is still Capitol, but they flopped and they were gone and then they got brought back or something. I just read that too.
Yeah, they had two singles come out here in '63, which were both big hits for them in England. I'm Telling You Now and You Were Made for Me, two of the biggest hits. And they didn't do a damn thing in America. So Capitol said, all right, whatever. They signed with Mercury in America. So they're on Mercury and they just kept appearing on TV. And I assume because they have no idea what's going on with their U.S. situation, they just performed whatever. And they performed I'm Telling You Now because it was still their biggest hit in the UK to an extent. So they just did it on American TV and everyone went crazy for it. And Mercury was like, we don't own that song, though. We can't put that out. And then Capitol realized they did own it, so they put it on their Tower label because that was like little, here's random stuff we used to own label. That's kind of what they used it for.
I've got a various artists on Tower with 3 groups on it. It's got like Tom Jones, Johnny Rivers, and Freddie and the Dreamers.
For all those Tom Jones, Johnny Rivers, and Freddie and the Dreamers fans out there.
Yeah, here you go. Here's an album.
Well, that totally answers a question I had for years was like, why wasn't Journey Pacemakers and all these other bands, Hollies, were on Capitol and stuff like that, considering that they're all EMI artists, especially the Hollies, like they're like they're the second best Parlophone artist on there, second to the Beatles.
Hello, Alex.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. I'm glad you're doing your own thing now.
Oh, I was bored.
Oh no, this is great.
I didn't feel like spinning 45s, and I was bored. So
this will be by far the most interesting part of my day. How you doing, PMI? Nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you too.
And L7, I guess, is taking a break, or I scared him away.
No, I was just answering a text. Hi, how you doing?
Good. Man, you guys are well informed. I'm only going to bring this conversation down.
No, you're not.
I love the Monkees, man, and I'm learning stuff listening to the younger guys. Imagine it's just.
Oh yeah, no, these guys. We Brindley would come up.
I'm going to bore these guys, man.
He can't, but that's cool. But between L7 and Brindley, man. You're not going to get more knowledgeable guys.
All just because on the off chance someone asks a question, I was like, I'd like to know the answer. Ever since like when I was a kid, I always wanted to just know these questions. And they're just the things that small talk with normal people who don't care about the Monkees in the slightest would go.
Exactly. That's why I wanted to make sure there was time left to talk. I'm going to go over
here now. That's basically But I would rather know than not know.
You guys were talking about, is my microphone too loud or low? Is it okay?
It sounds perfect.
Good. Okay. Awesome. A couple of weeks ago, I was talking into the back side of it and I couldn't understand what. Never mind. I think it was this guy's fault. Of course, the bottle didn't force its way to my mouth. You're talking about favorite versions of songs. You guys probably had those deluxe sets they put out a few years ago on Rhino with the 2 discs. With the 3 discs. Yeah, you guys have them. I forgot what album it's on, but I love the I think it's the TV version of Look Out Here Comes Tomorrow, because it doesn't have that horrible edit that was released on More of the Monkees.
Oh yeah.
The album, it's got this horrible edit. You could hear it jump. So now it's there as a bonus cut. It's much better than what was released to the public.
There's a couple versions of that. There's one where Pete does a monologue over the instrumental part, which isn't the best either. And then there's one where it's actually the right version of the song. That one,
that's what I'm talking about. That second alternate version is with the keyboard in it.
Yeah.
That's just such a great song. Another great Neil Diamond song.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe the narration was done for the show, and they just didn't use it for some reason. They just were like, it's not going to work. No one cares about the narration.
I could see it probably would have been done for the show.
It's interesting to note that Don Kirshner has often said that he did not care about songs that made it to the show. He did not care. It did not make him decide what went on records. So he's like, I decide what goes on records. I don't care if it's been on the show. I don't care if people want. I'm going to decide what it is. So that stuff like all the King's Horses and stuff like that just never came out because of that reason.
Yeah, Kirshner had a magic ear, though, just like this fella Clive Davis, who's guided so many artists in their career. Good at picking songs, good at identifying songs. So
I read his autobiography not too long ago.
I remember throughout the 80s, 90s, and going into the 200s.
I want to ask you guys something because we're talking about the Monkees. When they reappeared on MTV, and then they released that album called, I think it was Then and Now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, with the extra tracks. I remember they re-released Daydream Believer, but they put a fresh drum track over it.
Yes.
I don't know where to find that on CD. Is there a collection that features that particular version of it?
There is. It was put out in 2016. It was a big 10 CD set with all 9 of the original albums, and it comes with a 10th disc, and it was the first time they ever put it on CD.
And probably the only time. I missed the bus. It sounds good with that heavier drum on it.
Oh, see, I don't like it.
I kind of like it.
On the CD version of Now and Then, but you have to look for like a later version of it.
Yeah, the versions of Then and Now and all that stuff there's like 4 different CD versions, and some of them have this rare remix, and some of them don't have this. It's very bizarre.
That's interesting.
How many and none of them are like really identifiable. Like you just pick it up and you're like, oh, this one has this serial number on the back of the disc in the middle, and maybe it has that version. It's very bizarre.
And I've heard different Monkees collections, and the quality varies wildly.
Oh yeah.
One of the older ones, but one of the really good sounding ones is the Music Box. I don't know if any of you own it.
Music Box is really good.
I have the original, the big original Listen to the Band collection. That's the one. That one a friend of mine has it. It sounds better than the Listen to the Band collection.
Listen to the Band, if I'm not mistaken.
I have the tiny version.
That's the repackaged version.
Yeah, I have the repackaged version.
Yeah, I have the no version.
I have the full album size. I bought it when it was brand new. I paid like $70 for it. I mean, I still have it. It's a beautiful box set, but it's not the best sounding Monkees I've ever heard.
Listen to the Band has a lot of remixes on it. They remixed a ton of the songs for that.
Yeah.
So
that's the big 12x12 one. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Looks like an album, but it's
just CDs and cassettes, no records.
Yeah.
I would have loved a record set of that. That would have been cool.
Hello, Dusty.
What's y'all's favorite track from the Good Times album?
That's difficult.
I haven't dug into that album yet. I'm sort of afraid.
Got everybody scratching their head at the same time.
Well, I mean, as far as a critic, I do think She Makes Me Laugh was just one of these great 45s that, so to speak. It would have been. It's a great single, and I thought
great pop single.
Wow, that's a great. So it works on today's standards. It works on their standards. I thought that was perfect. As a fan, probably Birth of an Accidental Hipster.
I thought there's a lot of tracks that I like, but for me, Me and Magdalena is just mesmerizing.
Oh, it's so good.
I mean, it's just ear velvet. And it makes me even sadder that Nez passed on. I mean, I wish he'd participated more in those Monkees reunions, but I'm guessing it was because he and Peter Tork didn't get along too well. I mean, they say he was too busy, but I think there were other issues at hand. There was always an acrimonious relationship between those two.
There's actually, and there's so much information about the Monkees I've recently found from listening to several interviews with Andrew Sandoval. There's the 2011 tour with the Monkees. It was the first tour in like 10 years. It was the first one Andrew put together with them. And at the beginning of the tour, he talked to all three of them, Mickey, Peter, and Davey. And he said, what do you think about, do we want to invite Mike or whatever? And they were all for it. And Andrew got in contact with Nesmith and he said, do you want to come? And Ness said, it actually sounds like a pretty good thing, but I can't do the whole tour. And so they worked out, like, maybe I'll come and do like 8 or 10 dates near the end of the tour.
Yeah.
And so Andrew's like, that's great. So they keep going on the tour. They're working through summer. These dates are coming up. And he goes and tells the guys, so look, Mike's going to come on these dates. And Mickey, totally fine with it. Mickey was so fine with it. But Davey and Peter were like, wait a minute. He's going to come now? We've been working all summer. He's going to come and everyone's just going to go, woohoo, Mike's here. Yeah. And he's going to get all this applause. But we did all the work. So they told Andrew they didn't want him. And like, hindsight's 2020, but that would have been the final time all 4 of them could have been together because Davey passed on within a year. And it just seems, and I think Mike got a bad rap because he came on every other tour after that, and everyone was like, you waited till Davey died, but they did try. So, and I didn't do that for a really long time.
Well, I went to see them on their first reunion tour. Was it 86, somewhere around there?
Oh wow.
I live in Texas. I saw them in San Antonio, and Herman's Hermits opened for Peter Noon opened for them, and it was a great show. It was amazing. It sounded tight. I mean, it was like, because I grew up. I'm an older guy. I grew up with the Monkees and bought all the original. Stole my sister's albums, but I mean, I love pop. I still, 40, 50 years later, I still love pop. For me, I don't know if the young guys can relate to it. You guys are exceptional because you're listening to this classic music. Like, I could compare that to me listening to my dad's music, right? So I grew up with that
tour.
Plus, you saw that tour?
Was Peter Noon with Herman's Hermits when you saw him? He wasn't when I saw him.
Well,
I saw that tour in '86.
They called it Herman's Hermits at the time, and then
but it was just some guy. They had the lead guitarist from Herman's Hermits, and that was it. The only original Hermit when I saw him was the lead guitarist.
It was
the guy singing. It had nothing to do with Peter Noon. And then it was Gary Puckett, and then the Grassroots, who were terrible, by the way, and then the Monkees.
Speaking of the Grassroots,
Rob Grove.
He was toasted when I saw him. He was drunk off his butt on stage. He was horrible.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if he was drunk when he could
he
not.
Was because I met him. I had the misfortune. I saw just a slight departure. I saw the Grassroots, blood, sweat, and tears. David Clayton Thomas was skunked. I think he was toasting backstage with Rob Grill, and so and they were both kind of grumpy. I had the misfortune of meeting them at the time.
Back in like 2013, Herman's Hermits was going to play in my area. And my friend, who's a little bit like mentally off, yelled from the back seat. He's like, hey, look, there's a sign for Peter No One and Herman No Nuts. I'm like, huh?
What? That must be Mrs. Brown's daughter.
Herman No Nuts.
Herman's No Nuts.
Paul Anka, they call him Paul Ankle. I've heard all those. Captain in the Toenail. Anyone?
I think the funniest thing about the whole Peter Noon thing is like, I think the first disc was probably back in 1966 where that documentary Inside Pop, A Rock Revolution cing out, the one that Leonard Bernstein did. And everybody that was being interviewed showed their names, like Graham Nash and other people. When it came to Peter Noon, they just call him Hermit's Hermit. That's it. No one didn't feel like Peter Noon or this is a meeting or Peter Noon. They just
man, we're not far off. When I was a kid, I thought Led Zeppelin was a dude. I say, who's Led Zeppelin in that band?
Which one's lead?
Yeah, exactly. I thought there was a guy named Led Zeppelin, and he had.
I used to work at a record store, and a lot of people would come to the counter and go, "You guys have any Led Zeppelin?" No, we do. Well, I looked under Z.
I was
I
probably
didn't
that guy.
find them.
I was that guy.
It's not a guy. Same thing with Jethro Tull. You couldn't
Exactly.
find the Jethro Tull records
Yeah,
under
but
T.
no, I was the guy that asked that question.
Oh, were you?
Well, I probably was because I said I thought Led Zeppelin was a guy in a rock group for years until they sat me down and explained it to me slowly.
Tim, remember though, Jethro Tull is the greatest heavy metal band of the '90s,
According
Oh,
to the
yeah.
Grammys.
according to the Grammys.
I like a handful of songs. It's not bad, but it's just not my cup of tea. I like the pop singles. Bungle in the Jungle, Living in the Past, Aqualung, the rock songs.
Hey, Dusty.
Hey,
Oh,
Dusty.
hello. Hey, what's up, Tim?
Couldn't
Good
see you.
evening,
How long
everybody.
have you been there, Dusty? I'm sorry if you've been there for a while.
Okay.
You were off
It's
my
only been a couple
screen.
minutes, probably like, yeah.
You
Probably
were
for about
off my
15 or 20 minutes.
screen. I'm like, wait a minute, what's that?
Excuse me. No, well, we were going to start a stream. And I was like, well, Tim's doing a stream. Why don't we show him love this evening and go over to his
Right.
stream?
Oh.
Instead of, us running a stream. So
I waited till like after midnight and nobody was doing anything, so I came on. Midnight my time.
I was going to, but Vinyl Archivist was doing his. And I was like, oh, well,
See,
I figured everyone's over there.
I'm not subscribed to
He had a
him.
whole
No
bunch
reason.
of
I'm
people up
just
on
not.
panel tonight. It was fun.
Well, I'm glad you decided to come
Uh-huh.
up, Tim. This is cool.
Well,
Cool.
thanks.
Yeah, actually, it just worked out well.
I'm glad people came up. I was there for like a half an hour or more by myself, sweating.
Deciding to hit
Yeah,
the off button.
That first stream on my new account, I sat there for like an hour and 15 minutes. Nobody showed up. I'm like, they got another 15 fucking minutes, and I'm calling it a night.
Well, no, I was doing streams, and I guess Randy was asking me when I was going to do streams again. I said, well, my computer took a shit, so I had to get a new computer. So, here we are.
There you are.
So, I had to go ahead and reset everything up. So,
Yeah, for some reason, since the day before yesterday, your channel said that it said test, and then it said you waiting for you to come in.
Yeah, because I was doing a test on the old computer. I kept on seeing if I could get it to go, and it wasn't working right. So I was like, it's time to trash it. So, but now I'm on a new oil refurb.
How many years of service did you get out of it?
Oh, I got to get like 4 years out of it. So, I can't complain, I guess.
Especially so you have heavy usage.
But just recently did I start with the streaming and stuff like that. So,
do you guys remember, like back in the day, if you bought a computer, that son of a bitch lasted like 10 years?
Oh, not anymore. They're built to be replaced now.
Yeah.
And all the parts were at that time. I don't think the parts were interchangeable back then. You had to buy specific parts for that computer.
I have a friend build my computers for me. I don't trust the store-bought computers.
Yeah, it's best to build them now.
I have a friend build them for me. He can do it with a blindfold. He's amazing. So he gives me gamers. I don't play games, but he gives me gamer speed, lots of RAM, and so I can do anything. It's more than I need, which is perfect. And he gives me really good deals. So
yeah, because mine's pretty basic.
Good to have a smart friend, I always say.
I have very basic needs, I guess. A little bit of live streaming, stuff like that. I don't really do anything too intensive. So,
hey Dusty, I know you put a lot of work into your room. I love your backdrop. I love that screen behind you.
Yeah,
that's not another window. That's behind you, right?
No, it's behind me. Actually, it's my TV.
That's beautiful.
It's just a screensaver.
That's nice.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just a screensaver. Got a couple of lights up. I've had some neon lights for a while. So. Yeah.
It used to be the same thing for TVs. If you guys remember back in the day, you bought one of those big, like, square TVs. That damn thing lasted like 25 years. You buy a TV now, you're lucky to get 5 out of it.
But they're very inexpensive, though, now. You could buy, like, that 65.
It depends on what you buy. Like, the 65-inch I had, I paid over $2,000 for.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that one, I think I only paid, like, maybe $400 or $500 for it at Best Buy. So I figure if I end up getting maybe about like 4 or 5 years, $100 a year, I guess I'm pretty good. If I end up getting at least 4 years out of it, so
Yeah.
Hey, Captain, in retrospect, it was the technology of the time, but you paid for a big fuzzy screen, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, you
Yeah.
know, it was big. That's what mattered.
Yep.
Big console TVs that were like 27 inches was considered. If you had 27
Oh,
inches,
yeah.
you were like the talk of the neighborhood.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's the biggest they came.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm looking at
Oh,
getting an
Steven.
82-inch TV for my bedroom.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can you get a good deal? Can you get a good make? I mean, a well-built TV for a reasonable price?
Yeah.
What brand are you looking for?
I think it's LG.
Yeah. I've got an LG screen right here in front of me. It's good. They last. I've had really good
Yep.
luck with it. I've had it about 8 years. No problems.
You know what's really hilarious is, I mean, since we're talking about TVs, when me and my wife first got together, we purchased a 27-inch. And I don't know if she was used to just small TVs. This is still during the time of like, the big, CRT TVs or whatever.
Right.
And we had bought a 27-inch, and I remember we installed it. We put it in the room, put it in the entertainment center. And she looked at the TV. She thought, wow, this TV is so big. And she's like, oh, this TV is huge. And I'm like going, now we have like a 65-inch, which is still, compared to what other people have, kind of small. But it's just, it makes me crack up thinking about it. But
The good thing about having a large TV is it's harder to steal.
yeah. Yeah.
I remember
You need a damn crew for it.
I remember the one TV I had back in the day. It took 3 of us to carry the son of a bitch up the steps.
Oh God, yeah.
But nowadays with these, especially like when you have them on these like mounts, it's like there's 2 tags underneath. You pull the tags, pull the TV forward, lift it up, and you're gone. And these TVs weigh nothing. One person can carry them out. But the thing is, they're so inexpensive. Who wants to fucking steal one? You know what I mean? It's like, it's not really like it's worth it to steal one.
No.
Right.
I have a gripe about most of the large TVs I've heard. The bulk of them come with really crappy sound, so you have to buy a sound bar.
Yeah,
Yep.
definitely. Yeah.
My daddy's RCA console had speakers on each side. It sounded fantastic. Built-in speakers.
That's pretty much any TV, big or
What a
small.
concept, right? Putting good size speakers in the TV. I mean,
that costs too much. They got to get it out.
I bought an old or new TV a couple of years ago, and my old TV is now my monitor. It's what I look at right here. And ironically, I don't use it, but it has a really nice speaker all along the bottom of the TV, and it sounds fantastic, but it's never on.
That was why I like the console stereos, because the speakers in those sounded really good to me.
And the cabinetry and all that.
Yeah, I have a friend who has a 36-inch Toshiba 1080p when they first started coming out with high definition televisions, and they had the big CRT TVs that were high definition widescreen. And he was playing a DVD not too long ago on it. He was playing, I think, a Blu-ray on it, and I was kind of mesmerized by it because he does mostly vintage gaming and stuff, so he used it for that. But he was playing a Blu-ray on it, and I was like, wow, that kind of looks better than my TV. It's kind of like, enthralled with it, but but they were just too big and bulky, and it took like freaking 3 guys to like carry 136-inch. If you had a 35-inch or something like that, you had like 3 or 4 guys trying to carry it stairs.
Yep. That same sort of thing happens when you're dating and another guy walks by and you're looking at her and you're going, wow.
Yeah.
I wish I had. Oh, no, I love you too, honey.
You have the new model, but then the hot looking Gilf walks by and you're like, oh, what?
You have me and your name is on all my checks, my dear. Married life.
So Tim, I'll go ahead and let you continue that. We came in and disturbed your stream when you guys were having that conversation.
We were just talking.
We just came in and attacked.
Pretty much.
Disturbing streams for disturbing people.
And re-recordings and
well, at least we're self-aware.
There you go.
Yeah, being honest, being real about it.
I know. I just came in talking.
That's not a new thing. Re-recording over old tracks. They've been doing that. When Buddy Holly died, the Buddy Holly Memorial album came out, and that's all people recording over Buddy Holly tracks. It's not a new thing.
But the original sounded so good.
Yeah,
I mean, you consider when they were recorded, and they're beautiful.
Yeah, I bought a record the other day, and I finally took it out of the thing. This was jammed inside of there. Buddy Holly and the Crickets, Greatest Hits.
That's the Coral label, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
And what is that you're holding? What do they call those things?
Right.
Just kidding.
I know,
I
right?
hear they're popular. I don't know, but I hear they're popular again.
Yeah. I heard
Look,
that
the record.
You guys,
young-
you know,
it's kind of funny because over in our stream, you know, a lot of people like, you know, we have Lisa, a lot of people that like go off the rails and they start talking. And like Tim will like
Yeah.
grab everybody. He'll like say, "Hey, look, a record." So now we call him Tim. Hey, look, a record, Alan. So it brings everybody back to the core.
Yeah, well, yeah. I want to keep conversations heading in a direction.
Yeah.
You know, and other people are not the direction that I want to talk about.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you know, but I found I didn't know this. A couple of weeks ago I was watching Ed on the King's Court, Elvis guy, if you don't know who Ed is, and he showed an album I had, and I never even realized this, called Elvis Country. And what Elvis Country is all re-recorded tracks with Elvis vocals put on top of them. And I never knew that. It was recorded in about 1980.
So
Really?
all the music is new, and they just put
Yeah, all the music is new with Elvis's vocals on top. And I gotta say, I don't hate the album. I think it's pretty good.
I think the first case of that it was a posthumous release. Remember he recorded Jerry Reed's Guitar Man? Are you familiar with it, Tim?
Yeah,
Guitar
yeah.
Man? Okay. Interestingly enough, just a little bit of information. Jerry Reed wrote that song and nobody could do Jerry Reed's picking, so they got Jerry Reed on that original recording. And if you look it up, it was in the 80s. It was a posthumous release. They re-released Guitar Man with a whole new instrumental track behind it and modern drums and everything. That single exists. I bought it. I have it on RCA compilation. I haven't seen it anywhere, but there's so much Elvis material out there. I'm sure it's reappeared somewhere. But that's the first such case I heard. What you're talking
Country
about
is 80, and
yeah.
the whole album, and I never knew it. I think a lot of that probably goes on, and people don't know it.
What do you think
Lisa
of this?
Marie do a duet with Elvis?
Who?
Lisa Marie. I think she did the song "Don't Cry, Daddy," and they did it as a duet.
I think so. Yeah.
I don't know. There was the Christmas single came out a few years ago as a duet. Blue Christmas.
Yeah.
I forget who it is. Martina McBride, maybe.
And there's
they even did a video. They did. It's the 68 comeback special version, and they even did a video where she comes up on stage and sits next to Elvis, and they did it together. It looks pretty good.
They copied the whole Natalie Cole, Nat King Cole concept.
Yeah. That was the first of. Well, it wasn't. There's an album in the mid '60s by Hank Williams Jr. where he's doing duets with his father. In the 60s. They didn't pull it off that well. I have it. I don't.
Wait.
My country albums aren't in order. It's going to be here, but
Hank Williams Jr. had a major hit with a duet he did with his dad. Which song was it?
There's a tear in my beer. That was like 89 or 90.
That's it. Yeah, you got it, Captain. That's the one.
Yeah,
he did it in the 60s.
It was huge. Yeah, but they combined the vocals and it was big.
Yeah, he did it in the 60s, and you can tell. I mean, you can tell the old record from the new record, and know, it's pretty. I mean, they did a decent job for what they could do back then. It's okay, but it's not anything like the stuff they started doing in the 80s.
Right.
Okay, I was good. Since you guys were talking about like re-recording and stuff like that, I was trying to look into the Universal Fire, who had been lost, what masters had been lost and stuff like that. God. So I was kind of thinking, did they have to go to any of those masters for anything?
I don't think any of Elvis's stuff, thank God, is under the care of Universal.
No, it wasn't.
I think it's BMG now. RCA, BMG.
Yeah, it's RCA.
Unless Universal bought that too, right?
Before Elvis died, he sold all the rights to his music back to RCA for
I think that's Universal now.
Yeah, and a lot.
I might have the name of that album wrong, Steven. I'm not sure. I could go.
Yeah, luckily he escaped it. He's not on the list here.
And unfortunately, for whatever, a lot of that Universal stuff, because I buy CDs, I sold all my vinyl a long time ago.
Mhm.
It's over compressed. I don't know if it's because they got second, third generation masters and over compressed those, but I remember the album sounding pristine compared to the mighty CD, you know, the
Mhm.
loudness wars and all that. But
Yeah.
so much stuff is under the UMG label, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
Right.
So much.
They control quite a bit.
I'm just going to mention it really quickly as context too, if you don't mind. I have the Jesus Christ Superstar album, the brown one,
Uh-huh.
and there's liner notes from the guy who wrote all the music, and he said that, you know, they found he had a copy of all the tapes, and he acknowledged that a lot of the original tapes were lost in the fire.
Oh, wow.
So he said if you hear an occasional dropout, it's because it was my copy that we dubbed from, something to that effect.
Yeah, I think Michael Jackson sold all the Beatles catalog and stuff back to UMG before he passed away too, because
He
he was
didn't
in.
sell it all, but he sold a good chunk of it.
Yeah.
Well,
I
he
was gonna
sold a
say, if
lot
he
of it
didn't
to
sell
small.
all of it, then his
Because,
family sold the rest. I
those
don't
are the
think they own
masters
any of it
the
anymore.
recordings. Those are owned by Abbey Road Studios.
Those are over
Yeah,
in
Just-
England.
and it wasn't the masters. I think it was just actually the publishing rights, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
it's publishing.
So now some
Dave
of the
Brubeck.
funding is going back to Paul McCartney, because if you look at the Get Back documentary, if you look at the credits, a lot of them are now saying Sony ATV Music and MPL Communications. So now
Mm.
Paul is becoming a co-owner of all those songs now.
Yeah, I don't think anybody will do it the way the Beach Boys did, though. They sold the rights to the band, the music. They're like, we don't give a fuck. Take everything.
Wow.
Oh,
Pat
Bro.
Metheny.
Okay, some of you might
Started after that.
might grouse when I show you this, but I had these when they came out, and the Beatles did not approve them originally. They took them out of circulation. I found them as bootlegs, the real music CD
Hmm.
and the rock and roll CD.
Nice.
These are, I don't have the light that close to my camera. You can see that.
Show the real music one. I think I have that one on LP. Yeah, I have
Oh,
that.
Yeah, they came out on album. They've never
There it
been
is.
released on. Are
CD.
those Russian?
Dr.
No,
Evans,
they're. I think they're made in the United States. I
Huh.
got them, and
I
I mean,
know
they
there
have
were Russian copies all over the place.
and I bought this one mainly because it's got the famous Beatles medley.
Yeah.
And they took that out of circulation. You can't find it anywhere. So bootleg is the only way you can get it.
Mm.
And
It must stream somewhere because I have a local radio station that plays it constantly.
oh yeah, well they probably procured a copy, but the thing is that they released this Beatles medley because the Beach Boys had a successful medley on the radio. So
Well,
the guys at Capitol said, "Hey, we could do that with the Beatles too." But
it was Stars On. The Stars On 45
Okay,
is why they released that.
Yeah.
Because that
Yeah,
was a
that's a
huge
different-
hit. And they're like, wait a minute, other people are doing the Beatles, sounding like the Beatles. Let's just
yeah,
do it
that's
ourselves.
a different project though. The guy that actually did Stars on 45, my understanding, he was a drummer for Golden Earring, and he went into production.
Mm-hmm.
That's Anthony's band right there, AGK.
Yeah, I was
Golden
wrong.
Earring.
This is the one I have on LP.
Yeah. So the other album that the Beatles didn't approve of was the one called Love Songs. Did anybody own it?
Yeah, I have love songs.
Yeah, that. So they took those out of circulation ASAP.
All those have exclusive mixes on them too.
I'm sorry, my cam will not move
Yep.
in. So this is
Yeah.
unless I bring it right up. I have to physically move it.
And we'll
This
never
is a
figure it
German
out.
press.
But my US copy of Love Songs has a lot of
Nice.
hiss. It's one of the few albums I have that has hiss. And it's weird.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought you said it's one of the few albums I have that had hits, and I was like,
No.
well,
That's what I thought
Hiss.
I heard at first too. Yeah.
Hiss.
what do you avoid
Mhm.
hits?
I heard something else. I said, "Oh, you're talking about the Two Virgins album with the nudie on the front."
Oh wow, I'm looking over this list. I'm just like, well, Lawrence Welk.
Oh, Tim, what do you think about the London Philharmonic project with the Elvis music? Did you hear that album?
I bought the Christmas album, I think. I don't love any of that stuff. I mean, they did the Beach Boys. I bought that one. They did Roy Orbison. They did Elvis.
Trish.
and the Carpenters.
It's just music for. I mean, they're aiming it square at me. You know, it's for people my age that they think don't care about music anymore, but maybe they'll like this nice, soft, soothing music.
Well, I prefer the
Definitely.
originals. I like that
Oh,
music,
yeah.
but I prefer the
Yeah.
originals. You don't
Yeah.
need to reconstitute them.
Yeah, the one thing I did like the version of Merry Christmas Baby. I liked the strings in it. The strings had a nice bluesy feel, and I did like that. That was about it.
See, one of my guilty pleasures is the Carpenters. I think I have like every album they did.
I'd like the Carpenters, but I'm still waiting for the original mixes to come out again. But that'll never that won't happen in Richard's lifetime. But
well, they did a box set of the Carpenters albums, but they were so fucked up that like they were selling them for $100. It was like all the Carpenters albums, and they misaligned every fucking hole in the record, and you couldn't put it on the turntable.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
I remember
probably
that.
collector's items now.
well,
Right?
they didn't misalign them. They were just too small. All the holes were too small.
Hey, but at the very least, you got 10
And
good friends.
the record, you could tell they weren't pressed very well wherever they got pressed because the edges were very rough too on a lot of them.
Well,
they were just weren't pressed well.
Have any of you ever seen that movie A Mighty Wind?
No.
Yep.
In that movie, it's funny. The guys from Spinal Tap play like a folk band, and they're making fun of this record label that they used to belong to. And they said, "Well, when we first pressed these records to this label, they had very little money, and they wouldn't put a center hole in it. So they were really good albums. But if you had a way to punch a hole in the middle, you'd have yourself a good time." That's what it reminded me of.
Don't forget the lotion.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was it was Spinal Tap only in folk. I mean, I love that movie. I mean, it was the same three guys, and I love it. Didn't make the movie, but it's on the album. Their version of "Start Me Up" is fantastic. The Folksters
I
doing
gotta check that
"Start
out.
Me Up."
What was the name of their band in that movie? I
The
forgot what it was
Folksters.
called. Was it the Folksters?
The Folksters, yeah.
Uh-huh.
The Folksters. I mean, that line, they're singing all together in harmony. You make a dead man come. You make a dead. It's brilliant. It's brilliant.
Out front or in the fade.
And the other group that was supposed to be the New Christy Minstrels was great too, because their big song was "Never Did No Wandering," because all these folk songs are about where you go, and it's about the song about the things that they've never seen. I mean, it's brilliant.
I thought it was hilarious that when they're going to have the show, and the new minstrel singers, they turn around and they play the song that the folksmen were going to play. They're like, we were going to play the song. They hear it on the speaker, and they're like, now we got to change our whole show. It was a funny movie. I like all the movies. Yeah.
I love Christopher Guest's movies.
Yeah.
They're all good.
Like Waiting for Guffman. Oh my God, that movie's hilarious. Waiting for Guffman. It's just awkward. The cringe factor, the oddness. You're like, that's what makes you crack up.
And Best in Show, and most of them, if you buy them on DVD, have so many outtake scenes, and those outtake scenes are just so good.
It was funny because we had a guitar player in my last group, and he always said that he would like put in a little 11 on all his amps. These all go to 11.
Yep.
Yeah, well, why don't you just go ahead, do this? But these all go to 11.
How is he going to explain that when he wants to sell it to somebody?
I know. It's a little bit louder.
Well, you know what? That's a selling point. It goes to 11.
There you go. It goes to 11. It goes a little bit louder.
You won't find this anywhere else.
Well, you know how much they want for that Carpenter's box set that all the holes were misaligned now? $733.
I told you it was a collector's item.
Wow, you can't even play it properly now.
No, that's an expensive set of frisbees right there.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was why I didn't buy it at the time, because I'm like, why the hell would I buy records that I can't play? I thought it would go up in value, but I was wrong.
Look at what misprinted stamps and misprinted coins bring. It's strictly a collector's market. It's an oddity.
Mhm.
Yep.
Definitely a limited run of 3 million, right?
Exactly. Something you just put on your shelf, and every time someone comes over, you're like, want to see my Carpenter's Miss Land. You have to tell them the whole history. And
Or if you're Adele, it's like 500 million.
oh god, let's not even go with the Adele. She's like the enemy of the VC right now.
Of the
She's
what?
not my enemy.
You're
I
gonna
could
be
care
able to
less
get
on
that
the
album
Prince.
for like $5 in a year.
Oh yeah, that's going to be in dollar bins forever, Tim.
Yeah, because
Great
yeah,
grandchildren
because it
be
just
buying that album.
costs way too many.
Is it the recent album?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
so
the one
Adele
where nothing
35,
came out
I
of
think, or
Record
Adele
Store Day
30 or
because they were
something like
pressing
that.
it
Okay.
down.
I didn't catch it. What was the problem with it?
She had 500,000 of them pressed. She took up all the
Yeah,
record pressing plants.
yeah,
pressing
Record
her
Store
album.
Day got ruined because
Mhm.
half of the records couldn't come out because they were pressing Adele records.
Mm-hmm. Not to mention how many records got pushed back that aren't being
Oh,
pressed.
that kills me.
How many
Yeah.
record pressing plants are there in the continental U.S.?
Like 4 or
Unfortunately, not
5, I
enough.
think.
I
I
don't
was
know.
just gonna
Yeah.
say
More
5
than
or
there
4.
used to be.
I mean,
Thank
people are buying a
goodness.
lot of albums, but it's still very much a niche format.
But
Mhm.
the problem is the
The
reason
machinery.
things are still backed up now, there's still huge demand at pressing plants, but there aren't very many master plants. I forget what
Uh-huh.
that make the master discs. There's only like
Yeah.
2 of those, I think, in America. There was 3 and one burnt down a couple of years ago.
Yep.
But
Yeah,
I would
that's
think with so few
So to
record
get
plants,
your masters made,
Benny.
there's a huge line.
Yeah,
I know
and
that Sony said that they were
from what
putting
I
3
heard,
more
the
plants.
machinery to make those master discs is hard to do, and nobody's been able to replicate it. That's why there isn't very many.
well, you
Yeah.
have relatively few pressing plants, and you have a wave like Adele, you're bound to have quality control issues.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
Yep.
I think the thing is that not enough people are learning the new craft of making, the records nowadays. Is what
You're
it is.
right.
I think they're not training enough children or enough, kids coming up to do it.
It's like
But
trying
they
to
said
find a jukebox repairman,
Honestly,
exactly.
that's my problem with new vinyl, is because back in the day, if there was a problem with it, they would just throw the damn thing back. You know what I mean? They would recycle it or something, and now they'll just ship the fucking thing out, and it's your problem to deal with to send it back.
Basically, yeah. Mhm.
There's an music video on YouTube. It was produced by Capitol Records. You should check it out. They say, our quality control, and they're looking at every piece. They're looking at the record. I mean, it looks
Mhm.
like they're coming up with a vaccine,
Yeah.
It was great publicity, and you'll know you're on it. It starts with, what's his name? Mel Blanc. Saying, would you like to buy a record? And then it gets serious. They start taking you into the plant and show you the process.
Uh-huh.
I want to mention real fast, just so you know, PMI, I'm having a hard time understanding you. You sound muffled. I hear you muffled. I don't know if it's your mic or your volume. I'm just letting you know. I can't tell from here. That's why I was asking you if my mic was okay. So when I hear PMI talk, it sounds a little muffled.
Can you hear me now?
That still sounds a little muffled.
Just right?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm getting the same thing on my end. No, my microphone isn't too overpowering, is it?
No, it
No.
sounds good.
Okay, because I know with mine sometimes it gets like he'll be like, "You're too loud." I'm like, "Oh, I'm sorry."
Dusty, what kind of microphone do you have?
This microphone right here is a cheapie.
Is
I
it?
bought this on Amazon for $29, and it came with the microphone, the spit screen, the arm, everything for $29.
That's not bad.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, so I was
Pretty good.
impressed. I was like going, damn,
Not bad at all.
for what I needed for it. So I was like, if this thing pops out on me in, a couple of years, I'm like, I'll just buy another one of these. Because I was going to buy one of the Sures and all that stuff I was going to go into. And I was like, I wasn't sure how much I was going to live stream and stuff like that. So I was like, I don't know if I need all that,
So
But
that's a
this one's
USB
been-
mic, right?
Yeah, it's been pretty reliable. It's not XLR, I had XLR mics and stuff like that before, where I was using a Behringer mixer and all that stuff because I was doing podcasts, and I was kind of like, I didn't want to go through all that just for live stream. I wanted something to just plug and play and get it going, But it's worked out
Spalding
well.
saying some of that soda for me.
Oh, there you go.
I got something
No.
that's close to that color, but not quite.
Oh, You know, Bobby Gass in the last stream we were in Patrick's stream, he was drinking that.
That's what I'm drinking.
I don't want you guys to see me fall over, so I'm controlling myself.
I'm drinking this. I'm kind of like, you know.
Yeah, that's
maybe
the
when
one
I'm
thing
10
I
minutes
can't
away
drink
from
mostly is
leaving.
Jack Daniels. Believe it or not, I start drinking Jack Daniels, and then people see a side of me that I don't like.
I'm a very good drunk, though. I'm a happy drunk. I drink in moderation. I know what my limit is, so
I am too, but for some reason, Jack Daniels seems to set me off.
Well, Crown Royal makes me more interesting.
Wow, that's interesting. Okay, thank you for blocking that one, Tim. I was like, wow, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, I did not know he collected vinyl, but now we do. We do know.
Yeah.
Dusty, have you seen that guitar player from Wasp? They announced that they're going to do like the 40th anniversary tour.
Oh, Chris Holmes?
Yeah, he looks like an 80-year-old woman.
He does. They did a documentary on him, and he was talking. He hasn't had a drink in like over 20-something years, you know, which
he
was
just
like
looks
2000.
horrible, especially the picture I saw where he had all the fucking makeup and stuff on. It looked bad.
The road did it to him, man. Too many parties. You know, that Decline of Western Civilization Part 2, where he's in the pool and he's drinking the vodka like it's water.
Yep.
You know, it was horrible, you know. And I was surprised that his mom, who was old back then, she's still alive. You know, she's still alive going, you know, we were so grateful that he, you know, got off the alcohol. I was like, she's still alive?
Good genes.
Yeah, she looked like she was 80 years old. That was back in 1991, I want to say, probably around there. No, 88, probably. Like 88 or so. Uh-oh, Trish said, are you going to doze off on screen cap?
I know what she's hitting at, what she's getting at. I think Brother Brian. I think.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Hey, Captain, give us a phone number in case we need to have somebody go check on you, okay?
There you go. Cap, that's Voldemort. You mentioned
Captain
the name. It
Spaulding.
should not be named. We don't do that.
Captain Spaulding is the character from the Rob Zombie movies, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I was trying to remember where that came from.
House of 1,000 Corpses.
Oh.
So, what's the matter? Don't you like clowns?
To me, Captain Spaulding is Groucho Marx.
I bought a new pistol.
That's true, Tim. That's where he was supposedly got the name from, wasn't it? Groucho Marx.
Yeah,
movies?
yeah. It's one of the early Marx Brothers movies. Groucho plays Captain Spaulding.
Yeah, the movie House of 1,000 Corpses and all those movies, every character in at least the first two, every character was based off of a Groucho Marx movie.
I didn't know that.
I think we have a troll there, Tim.
Yeah, I see.
We have a troll, really?
You're out of here.
You know what? Well, just since we're kind of on the subject of these movies, I can't remember. I like the movie, but I can't remember the name of it. How ironic does that sound? I like that film that Dee Snider made.
Strangeland.
He was so I mean, it could have been even better, but I thought it was pretty darn good.
He played a very creepy character.
I thought it was original as hell.
It was Saw before Saw. You know, basically, I mean, that was before Saw came out and all those movies came out and, you know, stuff like that. But he reminded me of the way they set him up, the way he was dressed, reminded me of an old, like, you know, 80s LA, you know, underground icon I used to follow, Ross Williams from Christian Death. He looked exactly like him. I was like, that's creepy, you know.
I mean, that he envisioned that. I think he directed and produced it, but I think if he'd had a film expert on it, it would have been a much better. It wasn't a bad movie. It's certainly worth sitting through if you like that genre. Yeah, it's not boring. And I just thought he was very convincing, and I just thought, wow, I haven't seen something this original for a long time. I
don't think he's done a movie since then, has he?
No, I don't think so.
I don't believe he has. No. Somebody dropped off the panel. What happened? We lost somebody.
Casanova.
Oh.
Yeah, L7's been gone a couple times, so maybe he'll pop back. Hope he does.
Oh, is there a problem with connection or something? Or
I don't know.
I know that the other night I was having major problems with connection. I kept on dropping out, dropping in, dropping out, dropping in. That's the reason why I had to get a new computer. I was like, horrible.
When I first started collecting records, I had a chance to buy a first pressing of This Is Spinal Tap. Like, who the fuck is Spinal Tap? And passed it because I didn't know records at that time.
I wonder how much that's worth now.
I don't know. I had one, and I must have sold it. I don't know what happened to it. I wound up with a reissue.
Let's see here.
Wow.
I'm like doing everything now since I've got the computer that moves fast.
So
they actually had a soundtrack and they came out with an album. Okay, wait. Do I blink when that happens? Okay, that's weird. Wow, they actually had a couple of albums. They had the original motion picture soundtrack. Then they had Break Like the Wind and Back from the Dead.
I like the Break Like the Wind track. That's a good track. I forgot about
Break
that.
Like the Wind was in the early 90s.
Yes.
And the other one was in the 2000s, I think.
There you go.
Dusty, you have a question from DJ Trish. She wants to know if her package arrived yet.
Yes, Trish, it did arrive, actually. Thank you so much. I was so appreciative. I love the stickers and everything. But what I'm doing is I'm waiting because I'm going to go ahead and do your CD tag. I'm going to film a video, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to talk about it there on the video. But yes, I did receive it. Great, awesome mix.
We were talking about Adele and that album not going to be worth much. Those 6 box sets that Garth Brooks did, I bought all 6 of those for under $40. And each box set has 7 CDs and 7 LPs.
Oops, I got somebody else.
His stuff is always dirt cheap, and I don't know why they bother. You know, I mean, there's so many other artists that they could be pressing, and they're pressing him, and clearly nobody's interested because they can't sell them for $40 for a box set. So I don't know why they bother, but they keep doing it.
It was 6 box sets. Each one had 7 records and 7 CDs.
When was the last issue? When was the last issue? What's the latest issue? Year for that box set?
2020, I think.
Wow. And they're still pressing them.
Yeah, and I don't understand why when there's, you know, they could be pressing so many other things. I don't.
Yeah, I got 3 of them on Amazon Prime Day. They had like the 3 box sets, and it was like, I think $14 for all 3 box sets as a special.
That's a deal. That's a great deal. Yeah.
That's what I said. 21 records and 21 CDs for $14. I mean, who's going to pass that up?
And that is at Bootleg.
But the only reason I wanted all 6 of them is because each one of them has a different live album.
Thank you so much, Trish, for those tapes. I am definitely looking forward to getting those. Future YouTuber. I'm using something that's called a Pardonal, I guess. It's a USB mic. It's a USB unidirectional mic. That's what I'm using. It actually comes with everything. It comes with the arm. It comes with the cradle. It comes with the voice pop. Everything. You can get it all for like $31.
Tim, what do you have a wish list for box sets that haven't been issued at any point? Any artist? Yeah, I mean, not everybody deserves a box set, but there's always fandom for even the most surprising artists, you know, the ones you think. I mean, there's artists that I know 1 or 2 of their songs. How did they get a box set? But obviously there are pockets of fans that would justify the cost of pressing. I imagine they do some marketing, but you were just asking questions about the Garth Brooks. But I mean, I think there's a pocket for any band that's been, you know, around for a while putting out music. I mean, I'm still hearing about groups and bands and writers that have been recording for 30 years, and I was never aware of them because they weren't on the stations I was listening to, or they weren't mainstream for whatever reason. So I'm still discovering artists from 30 years ago, believe it or not.
Right.
Yeah.
Or things that I would not have sought out 30 years ago.
That's the
I
point
wouldn't.
that I'm at. Is I'm looking for things that like wasn't really popular on the radio at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, I've got like 7 or 8,000 LPs and 7 or 8,000 45s.
Wow.
So I got all that crap already. I'm looking for something different.
A bigger house?
Yeah.
I'm sorry not to cut off your question, Alex, but I was going to ask you, Tim. Actually, how many records do you own? Because you have a huge collection there, don't you?
I don't know. I've never counted them.
We'll wait.
It's probably
We'll wait.
it's more than it's easily more than 5,000 albums, between 5 and 10,000, probably, maybe even more than that, and at least 5,000 singles, between 5 and 10,000 singles, and almost as many CDs.
Yeah, I don't have any CDs. If I started collecting
I got a lot of
CDs,
stuff.
if I started collecting CDs, I'd be fucked and I'd have nowhere to put anything.
Oh, I've got them vertical. I've got them horizontal. I've got them everywhere.
Every which way.
Coasters, door stops. Got them vertical. I use them to elevate microphones. I mean, but
Jerry's records in Pittsburgh. I went into their bathroom one time and he had fucking boxes of records in the bathroom. You had a little pathway in there to get to the toilet.
I imagine they're kind of moldy by now.
Yeah.
Hey, PMI, how many are you vinyl or I can't tell you vinyl or CD collector or both?
I collect both. Can you guys hear me, by the way?
Yes.
Huh?
You know what? You're kind of muffled, but I can hear you.
I can
You're
understand.
low.
Yeah.
You're low. I can hear you, but you're low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to do something right now. Hold
Okay,
on.
cool.
It might be something you might have to do in your StreamYard, maybe in your mic. Maybe you just like lift your volume or something. I mean, maybe.
How about now?
I can
That's
understand.
better.
It's louder.
Better?
I can
Yeah.
understand what he's saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just it kind of sounds like you're like talking like with a cup over your mouth.
Oh.
But I mean, I can hear what you're saying. I can make out what you're saying.
What kind of a microphone do you have? Okay, now I can understand him now.
Yeah, now you're way too low.
Can't hear you.
Can't hear you at all.
Uh-huh.
I have like basically a computer camera.
Oh, it's the camera mic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're better now. Yeah,
You're
that's
better.
all I have is a laptop. I've got a laptop
Yeah.
in
Yeah,
front of me, and whatever.
That's what I have.
Really, Tim? That's the only microphone you have is like from the laptop? That sounds
Yep.
awfully good for me from
It's
the
not even a
laptop.
laptop. It's like a ThinkPad.
Oh,
Wow.
okay. I was about to say it sounds pretty good.
Really?
Mhm.
Wow.
To me,
Good.
it's
That's
always
what I
sounded
have
good.
too as a laptop. That's all I use.
Wow.
What an idiot. I forgot that this camera that I have has a ring light on it. Hello.
There you go.
Now you got a little glare, but now you can see that fantastic bootleg artwork.
Well, to answer the question, I collect both CDs and vinyl. I think right now the vinyl is starting to win. The most that I
It's a
have.
race.
And speaking of box sets of bands that haven't really been that successful here in America, I have this box set.
Roxy music. Nice.
I've
Nice.
never seen that. Is
Wow.
that an import?
Yeah, this came from England, and this came out like about 3 or 4 years ago, and it has like all their studio
nice.
albums on it, and it's a really good package too.
Is it still sealed?
No, I opened it, but I still kept the.
Oh, okay. I said, wow.
Oh, okay.
How did he listen to it?
I do
Like
that too.
Like
Good
a
for you.
seashell. You just hold it up to your ear.
Yeah, I do my best to keep the.
There is a band that I would like for them to make a box set of that I don't think ever had one, and that is Jackal. Man, I love their music.
Oh, weren't they the ones that had the song with the chainsaw?
The lumberjack song.
There you go.
Yeah. I don't think Jackal's ever had a box set.
I like
Actually,
them. They're gritty.
oh, sorry. Go ahead. Didn't they play at Woodstock 99 that you went to? Didn't they play at Woodstock
I
99 or
don't
was it
think
94?
I don't think Jackal played. No,
It might have been 94, I think.
yeah,
Maybe.
it was 94. I went to both of them. It
Okay.
was 94.
I remember having the videotape for that year where it had like, you
Yeah.
know, it just had like one or two songs
The-
from each band.
The best moment for me out of both of those Woodstocks was when Green Day was playing, and Billy Joe Armstrong was
Mud.
antagonizing everybody to throw mud at him. By the time they got off a stage, it looked like a bunch of birds flew over and just took a shit right on the stage.
I saw him maybe about, I want to say like 3 or 4 weeks before that. He played the K-Rock Weenie Roast out here in Irvine, California. And he did this thing where he fell over. He was pulling his pants down to show his butt, and the bass player came over and pushed him. So he turned around and showed his weenie to the whole audience.
Oh my
And
god!
he was like, "What? What's wrong? You've never seen a penis? You've never seen a grown man's penis?" Yeah.
When they started throwing mud at him, he's like, "Is that the best you got, motherfuckers?" And man,
Yeah.
Michael started slinging.
Yeah, it got bad.
Where was it? Where Flea was playing butt naked? What show was that?
Woodstock '99. The whole
Yeah.
band had socks on their dicks, and then at the end of the set, he removed his and ran off the stage with his dingus flapping around.
But I don't think that was the only time he ever played naked, though.
Yeah.
I think he had done it quite a few other times too. It's like that was just a play
he's
thing.
a card, man.
Yeah. I think that was just a
Everybody's
play
looking
thing.
at Anthony. I'm watching Flea. Just isolate him in your vision. You just hyper focus on him. He's interesting to watch. He's just,
I guess I didn't.
okay. I mean, this is not a direct comparison, but it's like I've seen Earth, Wind, and Fire in concert.
Mm-hmm.
I watched Verdine White the whole time, the bass player, the late Maurice White's brother. The guy is music. I mean, he's like the rhythm and blues equivalent to me. I mean, they're not anywhere close to each other, but they're both very animated. And like, talk about guys that love what they do.
Yeah. Most definitely. I mean, my mother was a very big Earth, Wind, and Fire fan, so I grew up listening to Earth, Wind, and Fire my whole life.
The shows were spectacular. The box set that I've been wishing for, Tim, and anybody, Badfinger box set.
I was gonna say I couldn't get it in, but I was gonna say Badfinger, I guess, would be my number one. Yeah.
The Apple label and all the Elektra releases.
Well, if they could get the Warner Brothers in there too somehow.
Yes, there's some underrated stuff.
Oh.
And the
their second album for Warner Brothers is their best album, in my opinion. By
what's it called?
Wish You Were Here.
Okay, there's an album where they have like a sailor on the front of it. I like that one.
Yeah, that's Wish You Were Here.
That's Wish You Were Here. Yeah, it's got some outstanding. It's got some.
That did get a reissue a couple years ago. Rhino put it out.
Well, last time I was hunting down Badfinger albums, they either were non-existent or prohibitively expensive.
I'm gonna use the little boy's room. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I got a reissue on green vinyl from I don't know 3 years ago maybe.
I mean,
they came out on CD with a whole bunch of bonus tracks too. And there was a Record Store Day release a couple of years ago that took the bonus tracks from the two Warner Brothers albums and made one album out of it and put it out on vinyl.
I was still working terrestrial radio when they released a song called, it was on Elektra, Lost Without Your Love.
Yeah.
You remember it?
Yeah, that's from the Airwaves album. That was a comeback album in '79. I got that on my birthday.
It's got like a green cover with an antenna or something, right? It's got the artwork is like a green with an antenna.
It's like a radar. And
yeah.
It's just these side profile faces of Tommy and Joey. And the third guy on the album isn't even mentioned anywhere. Oops.
God, imagine if they made a biopic about that band. It'd be so tragic. It'd be depressing to watch.
There was one.
Oh my God.
It came out on VHS.
Really?
A long time ago, and it came out on Laserdisc. It's never seen DVD or Blu-ray. If you go back, I don't know, a year or more in my podcast, I took the audio track from that podcast and I made a Badfinger tribute show out of it. It's really heartbreaking.
A couple of the guys that one he hung himself, right?
Both of them did.
He asphyxiated himself, and
one
the other
one shot himself.
One shot himself.
Yeah. Tommy shot himself. I saw Badfinger less than a month before Tommy shot himself. About 20 days before Tommy shot himself, I saw him.
Well, I saw them. I saw them in the early '80s. They actually came to my neck of the woods. I think it was.
Good night, L7. Thanks for stopping by.
I think it was 83 is when I saw them. and they were tight. It wasn't all the originals, but the sound was there. I mean, it was a great.
When
it's a
I
great
saw them,
performance.
it was a bit tragic. They couldn't even afford to bring most of their own equipment. They kept saying it got lost, and they had to borrow it from a local music store just to play. It was really sad.
Or have they not? I'm sorry.
That Pete and Tommy hung themselves.
Oh God.
Uh-oh, we lost another one.
So do you think maybe the world forgot about Badfinger? They just, the first anthology, the greatest hits they released was more complete than the second one. It was missing, I think, Baby Blue, not Baby Blue. It was missing Apple of My Eye. There was a single disc greatest hits. The first one was very complete as far as the singles. The second one was missing some key songs.
There's a third one too that only has like 12 tracks on it, I think.
No, that's why I buy them when those first issues are usually the best because they're the most complete. Or sometimes the reverse is true sometimes. And you go, damn it, I got to buy it again.
Oh,
that is if you have to have that extra song in that format. Like, I'm sort of a completist. I could go out and buy a box set, then find a song by that artist that I don't have, and then I got to go buy.
Well, I noticed that back in the 80s that purposely a lot of greatest hits were coming out with one song missing, and it would always be from their biggest album. So that if you couldn't just buy the greatest hits, you had to go out and buy the greatest hits and an album. Like Peter Gabriel's greatest hits, for example, In Your Eyes wasn't on it.
Oh,
really?
And they would do this on purpose. Good marketing, I guess.
I bought the follow-up collection, which does have it, and I think it was
the follow-up does have it.
Yes, I'm sort of cross-pollinating the conversation a little because you're talking about missing songs. Did any of you guys see the James Brown biopic?
Yes, I did.
Did you all notice they didn't have "I Feel Good, I Got You" in the film?
No.
That's like Pretty Woman for Roy Orbison. That's like that, and Papa's Got a Brand New Bag. There's no "I Feel Good, I Got You" in the film. And I'm going like, okay, that's absurd.
What I thought was really sad was the Jimi Hendrix biopic they did with the with Andre 2000 or 3000 from Outkast. No music from the Jimi Hendrix estate at all.
That's insane.
I thought it was like, why even bother?
Maybe the licensing issues.
Yeah, but still, I was thinking if you couldn't get the licensing, why even make the film as well? Because I mean,
some people don't. Some people don't care. I think, but to me, it would be a very unsatisfying experience.
Exactly.
It's like, okay, whatever.
And the thing that I thought was so sad about it is that Andre played such a good Jimi Hendrix. I mean, he talked like him, he looked like him. That movie really could have been something. And plus he's a very good actor too. I mean, that movie could have really been something. I think the music though killed it because a lot of people, as soon as they heard the music wasn't licensed, none of the music from the estate was going to be in there, I think a lot of people kind of shied away from it.
Well, yeah, and the family keeps a tight rein on that estate. Maybe they didn't want it. I mean,
the man's still a corporation, even though he's dead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Alex. If I did,
no. I'm listening, and my mind is wandering. I was trying.
Oh, okay.
I'll tell you what. There's one exception, maybe because I was much younger back then, and I just didn't pay. The movie was so good, I wasn't listening closely. I thought the Buddy Holly story was excellent, and Gary Busey did the singing.
Really?
For my money, that's still one of the best biopics I've ever seen.
It was an excellent movie, but it wasn't very factual.
Not only did he do the singing, but he also did his own guitar stunts, and Charles Martin Smith did his own bass playing, and Don Strauss also did his own drumming. So it was very part of the first time that the whole cast was very organic.
I would imagine most of the biopics are glossed over just a little bit, Tim, aren't they? They take artistic. I mean, the Queen is exactly as it happened. Even the Queen camp said so. They took some liberties to make it.
There was enough liberties taken in that movie that Paul McCartney put together a documentary called "The Real Buddy Holly Story" not too long after that came out.
Oh, I got
it. He took offense at that movie. It's been released on DVD and stuff before. I don't know, if it's in print now or anything, but yeah. And he hosts it, he narrates it.
Doesn't Paul McCartney own all the rights to all the Buddy Holly music?
Yes, he does.
Okay.
It was his first major publishing coup.
I thought
What's-
Michael Jackson owned all the rights to Buddy Holly's music at one time.
No,
No.
Paul
I thought it
McCartney.
went with the Beatles catalog.
No, he bought it
Oh.
after. He bought it after.
What's the name of that movie, Tim?
It's the real Buddy Holly story.
I'm taking notes, man. I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, Paul bought the rights to the Buddy Holly's music in the 70s, right at around the time that he was forming MPL Communications.
Yeah.
You know, it's so surprising that he bought the rights to the Buddy Holly music, but he didn't buy the rights to his own music. That's just
Well,
He
You know.
tried
Well,
to
he
I
tried.
know how that
He
whole
tried.
thing happened.
Michael Jackson out.
That was Lennon's fault. But
uh-huh.
the whole thing that started was Denny Lane wanted to do a Buddy Holly album and couldn't afford to pay the rights for the songs. So Paul McCartney bought the Buddy Holly catalog, and for Denny Lane's birthday, let him make the album. And him and Denny and Linda went up to their cabin in Scotland, and they made the Denny Lane Holidays album.
I'd love to hear
And
that.
that's how that happened.
Well, supposedly that's how it happened. Well, kind of happened with Paul McCartney too. Was that he went out to Neverland Ranch, had a little one too many with Michael Jackson, was telling Michael Jackson that there was money in publishing rights, and Michael Jackson being,
Yeah.
sorry, Michael Jackson was sneaky when it
I
came to
think-
business.
I don't think it was a Neverland Ranch.
No,
I think
no,
it was
it
at
was Neverland,
Monster
yeah.
Ranch.
It
Yeah.
says
It was
Yeah.
on the
that
Ferris
Paul
wheel.
McCartney owned the rights to the Buddy Holly music in the UK and the United States. It's still owned by Maria Elena.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, he
Well-
worked out a deal as years went by and made her like also a co-owner of the
Well,
song.
The story
Well,
goes that Paul was telling Michael that a
Mhm.
good way to make money is to get into publishing.
Yeah,
And Michael said, I'm going to buy your music. And Paul thought he was joking.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy your music, Paul.
Oh, he wasn't joking.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sad the way the Beatles lost their music. It was Lennon's fault.
Mhm.
Lennon was probably on heroin. He was doing heroin. That was about the time he was doing heroin. They kept having these business meetings with forget the guys. Lou Grade owned a good percentage of the Beatles songs by then. And the Beatles together owned a good percentage. And then there was like 14% owned by this other conglomerate group. But they were going to side with the Beatles. And Lennon, in the middle of this one meeting, got bored and said, you know what? I don't care. You guys do what you want to do. I'm out of here, and left. And after that happened, this 14% went over to Lou Grade's side, and the Beatles lost their catalog.
Oh, okay.
And that was that.
Okay,
Yeah,
now who
By
does
the way,
Beatles
Yoko
Go?
owns 25% of it now. Most people don't know this.
Does Sony ATV still own some of it? I heard the catalog as far as ownership was like split up.
It is very split up. But yeah, no, a lot of Michael Jackson's went to Sony because he was in heavy debt.
Right.
Yeah, he used it to pay off debt.
And sold a lot of it. But yeah, Yoko owns 25%. A lot of people don't know that.
Now, didn't Paul McCartney get part of it also?
I don't think Paul McCartney owns any of it, as far as I know.
He
He's
does.
been working on it lately.
He does. Because I said like when
Or
he
maybe
did that-
Yoko sold him some. That's a possibility, because the law states, copyright law states, that 20 years after the person's death, half of whatever their part of the catalog is. So Yoko probably doesn't even own 25%, but maybe, I don't know how exactly how that works. But half of their share can be bought by the remaining relative, widow, son, whatever market value is. And Yoko took advantage of that in about the year 2000. And that's when the Beatles and Revolution and Nike commercials and stuff went away. That's when all of that went away, is when Yoko bought part of the catalog.
It says that in 2017, McCartney got back the copyrights to the Beatles catalog of songs in a private settlement with Sony ATV.
Okay, maybe he did. I don't know. It hasn't been, it was never on the news or anything. I don't know. But again, Yoko still owns some because that's just the way the law works.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think
said,
that was how he got his back too, was the same way she got hers.
what did they mean by that? McCartney owns the rights in the U.S. The copyright will only belong to McCartney in the U.S. While the bassist half of the songs will return to him, Lennon's will not belong to his estate.
The copyrights are different from the United States and the UK.
Yeah, copyright law is different in every country.
Yeah.
Yoko Ono sold the rights to his music to Sony ATV Music in 2009. Those
she
rights
did.
lasting the entire copyright's lifetime of 70 years. They're going to have it.
I didn't know that. I just knew
now
Yoko
Paul
bought
McCartney
some
owns
of
all
it
of
when
it, or
it happened.
Dusty, does Paul McCartney now own the rights to all of it, or?
No, I'm sure Sony still owns some. There was a lot of people involved. Even George and Ringo owned a little bit. So Olivia owns a little bit because they were given just as nicety, like 1.5% each or something like that. So Ringo owns a little bit. George owns a little bit, or Olivia now.
Okay, this is from November 12, 2021. The ownership history of the Beatles song catalog is confusing and includes stakeholders like Sir Paul McCartney, Michael Jackson, and Yoko Ono, who owns the rights to the Beatles songs now. McCartney regained rights to most Beatles songs in 2017.
See, I didn't know that. That's good, though.
Okay. Is there a but here? Is there a big but? I don't see one here.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that at least one of the Beatles owns the copyrights to those songs.
I know. I mean, exactly. It's like...
Well, again, part of it, I think he doesn't, it's, like I said, it's weird. It got broken up because Dick James, basically, who they signed with, didn't have faith in anything, didn't have confidence, and he sold his share to Lou Grade pretty early on for not a whole lot of money, like $100,000 or something.
Oh my God.
Like that. And it got really messed up after that. So he sold it to ATV in like 64 or 65.
He must have been desperate. He must have been desperate.
Yeah, Paris Blanket and Prince Jackson got $750 million for the 50% of the estate or 50% of the Beatles catalog that was still owned by him. Still owned by Jackson. He sold 50% to Sony ATV.
I'm sorry, with that kind of money, I would change my name from Blanket to something else.
Yeah,
if I got heavier, I'd be calling myself Comforter.
Let me see. And it said McCartney started his bid to retain rights to his songs in 2015. Under the law, the rights to songs published before 1978 can be given back to the songwriter after 56 years. After McCartney filed a lawsuit to regain rights to the Beatles songs, Sony ATV eventually agreed to a private settlement that gave the music rights back to him. So I guess he's got them.
Wow, good. Well,
I think one of the first things...
I wouldn't say he has all of it, but he as long as you have 50% or more, you're good.
Yeah, as long as he has a little bit over 50%, where he has controlling interest, that's
like
good.
I said, George and Ringo have a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
They were giving it just, as thank yous way back in the day.
Nice.
Just like Frances Bean, who turned around and took all of her father's rights from Courtney Love. Courtney Love had a heart attack with that one. When Frances Bean became of age, and she turned around, turned back, and gave back to Chris Novoselic and Dave Grohl.
Yep.
Yeah, because Frances Bean had in her mind from the time she was 16 she was going to do that.
Yeah,
that must be a strained relationship.
Go ahead.
No, I just say that must be a strained relationship.
It is. If you've seen like news articles and things like that in the past like 2 or 3 years, like Frances Bean calls her mother a psycho, and they go back and forth with each other in the press, and
she calls her mother a hole. Get it? Exactly. Hey, it's almost 2:00 here.
Almost 3 here.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, but Frances Bean turned around and gave it back to Chris Novoselic and gave it back to Dave Grohl. So see what happens there. And then she kept her father's share. So I mean, but Courtney Love had the whole thing tied up. I mean, there was never going to be any, licensing rights for biopics. There was never going to be licensing rights for future box sets, future releases, anything. She had it all tied up. I mean, Nirvana only had 3 studio albums, if you really think
Right.
about it. It's like what really could they do? Unless there was like a whole vault. I'm sure Kurt didn't have a whole vault like Prince did. Where he was going down and he was recording all the time.
So what is it in total? Was it like 3 studio albums plus the unplugged album? Is that it?
Pretty much that's about it. Maybe a couple of appearances here and there.
Oh no, there's live albums and shit that come out every year.
Okay, well, yeah. Maybe there's like all the live recordings and stuff like that would have to be licensed. Record store day fodder that we'll end up getting for the next like 10 years.
Yeah, I have it on pre-order. It's going to be out in May. There's a box set for Nirvana Nevermind. And they have the Nevermind album, and then I think there's 6 or 7 live albums that are in that box set.
Oh shit! The thing about Nevermind the album is that I hate to sound like such a stickler, sound like an ass, but I'm kind of over it. It's like for me, it's like I like the album. I loved the album when it came out. I was in my young stage when it came out. College and everything, but now I'm just kind of like, how many different pressings of the album do there have to be?
Right. That's the one thing I don't like about Record Store Day. Like the Snoopy's Christmas thing they came out with for Record Store Day either this year or last year. It's like, who in the fuck cares? They have so many pressings of that album out already. Why not concentrate on a band that don't have very many repressings?
I think they re-engineer the marketing because there's another generation, another group of people who may not have heard of the album, so they take advantage of that, and I guess it's based on statistics and past efforts, because how many bands do we know who have had multiple remasterings, in the 90s and then 2006? I mean, I think it's a general truism that they do that throughout the industry. And being what they were, Nirvana still revered by rock enthusiasts. That's just my guess.
No, the thing is, I mean, I understand the legacy of the band, how influential they were, and how they changed music. But
they were never at the top of my musical food chain. Never, but I don't hate them either.
Right. I remember in '91 when Nevermind came out, and it knocked Michael Jackson off of the top of the charts. That was mind blowing to me.
I was a GNR guy.
Alex, me too. I love Guns N' Roses.
So much good. That first album just knocked my socks off.
Yeah, that's the one album that I had that I regret selling. I had a band.
I still love it.
I had the first GNR album with the band cover.
It's like AC/DC's Black Album. It's just a great rock album.
Daniel Bean is down here suggesting some really good artists here. Like he's talking about Garbage. Garbage had a really nice.
Oh, Garbage is good.
Yeah, and he's talking about Mr. Bungle. Mr. Bungle, love them.
Yeah, the Melvins. I like the Melvins.
Fantomas, I'm not really too well acquainted with. I don't know too much about them.
I've forgotten about Garbage.
Now, them, I'd like to see a box set. I think them, they only have the same thing. The studio albums, maybe 2 or 3, maybe 3 albums at most.
And I love
the Garbage album with the pink cover. I love that one.
That was their first one. There you go.
It's not. It's not. It's like the. No, it has a different color. Maybe even be dark pink or.
What year is that released? What
I know that album, and that album's good. But the one with
94, 95.
The one with bad boyfriend. It's like their 4th album, 3rd or 4th album. It's got Bad Boyfriend on it. That's a good one. That's my favorite.
I love their track for the James Bond movie.
The World Is Not Enough.
God.
That was actually. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. What's the singer's name? What's her name?
Shirley Manson.
God, she's amazing. She's just one of those people that looks so good on stage, and her voice is so unique.
Yeah.
Oh, good taste, my man. Good taste. Good stuff.
That is really good stuff right there. I'm hoping they come out with a box.
That'll light your room on fire, man. That stuff is just
PMI. Do you have the Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness? By the Smashing Pumpkins.
Oh my God!
I've been trying to get that.
That's a masterpiece. That's Chef's Kiss.
I'm still looking for that.
Yeah, I could kick myself. A few months ago, I saw it for under $100 on eBay and didn't buy it.
Yeah, Daniel, I think that's the album I'm thinking of.
Oh, that would be a
Beautiful
version
Mind is
2.0, I think.
one. That one came out in 2001, I believe.
Oops.
Oops, careful, you're losing your records there.
I'll just put it right here.
Little Steven was playing the heck out of it on the Underground Garage.
I saw Smashing Pumpkins on that tour. I love that album when it first came out. I was totally into that. I was totally into Smashing Pumpkins period. Gish, you know, all the way up to Adore, and then I kind of like fell off.
Well, they did do a box set for the first Garbage album because
Mhm.
that's what that was pressing was for. It was like part of a box set. But that was only the standard album, and it came out with a colored vinyl. But I think the box set was like about 5 LPs or something and 6 CDs.
The other
I've never
person,
seen
like
it.
another box I'd like to see would be Stone Temple Pilots, most definitely.
Oh, God.
Yeah, Stone Temple
That's another
Pilots.
live show I'll never forget.
They put on a hell of a show live.
They opened for Aerosmith when I saw them, and
Mhm.
people wouldn't let them leave the stage.
Yeah,
I
mean,
mean,
that was
what a loss. And I was very blue when Chris Cornell went away too.
Mhm.
When I saw Stone
But-
Temple Pilots, it
Oh
was
my-
at a festival that they had here called the Rolling Rock Town Fair.
Mhm.
I mean, Scott Weiland he was just the master of that stage. You know, say whatever you want about him when he was on stage. I mean, I couldn't take my eyes off of him.
Mhm.
And the musicianship and everything, even the mix, everything was just so spot on.
It was
Yeah,
funny
when-
because me and my friend Dewey were talking about it one time because we had saw for K-Rock Acoustic Christmas. And I
God.
think maybe it was like 94, 95. We saw Alice in Chains, Blind Melon,
Oh,
and we also saw what was the name of the other one? Alice in Chains, Blind Melon. Who was the other one who died? Alice in Chains, Blind Melon, and Stone Temple Pilots. I'm sorry, yeah, it was the three of them. And like
Scott.
he was saying, he's like, "Oh, they're all dead." And I was like, "Yeah, they're all the lead singers are gone." I was like, "Wow, that's crazy." You know,
Did somebody
just
from
like,
Jane's Addiction die too?
no, they're all alive. Surprisingly, they're like going to be the Keith Richards of the future.
I was thinking that same thing.
Yeah, I mean, David Navarro, he's going to be the Keith Richards of the future. He's going to take over the throne, big time.
Yeah, when I saw Stone Temple Pilots, I saw them with Stained and Blur and Fuel and
Damn,
That's a good
hell of a
bill.
show.
yeah.
Oh, let me see. Daniel Bean said, "Too bad at the end he became a drunken, stumbling mess on stage and would make the audience wait hours for him." Okay, which one are you talking about, Daniel? Because to tell you the truth, that was all three of them. That could have been Shannon Hoon, Scott Weiland, or what's his face? I'm sorry, from Alice in Chains. What was his name? Escapes me right now at the moment. That could have been any lead singer from the '90s.
Yeah.
He's
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, Tim. I'm like, oh, Daniel, you got to break that one down for us.
Except for Eddie Vedder, he's like the only person that really stayed straight through it all.
Yeah, Eddie Vedder was the only one who kept it together.
Yeah,
Yep, definitely.
when I saw the Stone Temple Pilots, they were with Live, the Deftones, Incubus, Stained, Godsmack, Outkast, Nickelback, POD, Alien Ant Farm, Seven Dust, Tommy Lee, Blink 182, Puddle of Mud 311, Def Leppard, Sum 41, and Trapped.
God damn.
You know, some of those bands I didn't listen to, but now what makes up for contemporary music, I would beg for some of those bands to come back.
Yep.
Seriously,
seriously.
I'm. If something happens to drop into my lap, I might listen to it. I might even buy it, but otherwise, I rarely buy anything new because I'm not going to criticize the genres, but I'm not a hip hop guy. I'm not a rap guy. I don't get it. That's about as diplomatic as I can get. I don't get it.
I remember when they had the idea of doing the Rolling Rock Town Fair here, and Rolling Rock was going to they put it on, and the one guy was bitching about it, and he like sued them and tried to get it stopped and all this kind of stuff. And when I went to the concert, in his fucking driveway, he charged people $20 to park in his yard. His whole yard was lined up with cars.
Even in his wife's rose bed, honey, it's $20. We'll get you some new, get you some new roses and an ivy.
Good night, Trish. She said, "Time to hit the sack."
Good
All right,
night,
Trish. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Lennon
I'm
probably
going to
would
fade to
become
black in about 10 minutes.
said Lennon probably would have become an EDM artist had he lived. He'd be up there with all the freaking DJs.
Yeah, the one that I often wonder, like, what he would have done as Buddy Holly, because in that short period of time, from like 56 or 57 to 59, he only recorded what, 3 or 4 albums.
Yeah.
So many good songs.
Yep.
I mean,
Salad Head. Can you name 5 bands that are named after vegetables? Corn. That's the only one I know. That's the only one I could think of. Corn.
Well, I think if Buddy Holly would have lived, he probably would have taken over the whole music industry, because he was that on the nose of what was going on, especially when it came to recording techniques. He was like really adamant about bringing in overdubs and stuff like that. But
yeah, maybe he would have created new technologies and kind of like fallen towards the background of music more so than the forefront.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe he'd be like a record producer or something like that.
If I remember correctly, the overdub was invented by Les Paul.
Yeah.
Was it?
Is that correct?
Yes, but it wasn't highly. Buddy Holly was probably the first person in rock to use it.
Yeah.
He was getting mellow towards the end, so I can't really say what he would have done. He would have been a producer. I mean, towards the end of his life, he was doing things like True Love Ways and stuff like that, which
gorgeous.
I don't know.
Gorgeous. Are you kidding me?
No, yeah, but it's just, I don't know where that was heading.
Oh, yeah. Well, he probably would have done well into the 70s because it's adult contemporary soft rock. Hard to say.
Yeah, I don't think the music industry would have. I don't think we would have had a lot of the bands from the 60s if that airplane crash hadn't happened, because at that time it went from like Buddy Holly and the Crickets and Richie Valens and that kind of music to a little bit different, I think.
Well, it did, because the rock and roll people all went away. They were either killed or in jail or became ministers. By like 1961, there was very few people.
Father Little Richard.
Or in the army. There was by like 1961, there was very few people making rock and roll anymore. They all Chuck Berry was in jail.
There were also some very sharp pivots in music, and I'm going to try not to be too verbose, but I know a lot of people who are into doo-wop. I like doo-wop too, but you mentioned the Beatles, and they're like the devil incarnate. They blame the Beatles for wiping out doo-wop, but quite frankly, doo-wop, some of the last doo-wop records are like 63, 64. Duke of Earl's one of the better known latter day doo-wop records, and then from like 1961 to about 1963, late 63, prior to the breakout of the Beatles, was all the Teen Idols, your Frankie Avalons, and people of that ilk. And then music changed again with the Beatles, so there was a lot of shifting going on. It's interesting to think about what Buddy Holly would have done during that phase, because the whole music environment changed, and then the Beatle invasion, there was another shift, and then the Flower Power, and on and on and on and on.
The Summer of Love, and
I mean, so
then singer and songwriters of the 70s, and
so I have to give bands like the Stones props for getting through all that.
And the Beach Boys were coming about as well.
Yeah.
Which was like the only kind of music that was really having some type of substance at that time. Then the Beatles came, and then the whole game.
I think the 60s were just such a clash of music. I mean, basically the 60s was the battle for what was going to actually go ahead and, dictate the next so many decades. And we're still feeling the reverberation from the 60s. Still.
There used to be a customer at the record store I worked at that absolutely hated the Beatles, despised the Beatles. If you show him a Beatle record, he'd stomp on it. And you know why he hated the Beatles? Because his favorite kind of music was girl groups. And he said when the
Really?
Beatles came and the British invasion came, it totally destroyed girl groups and they were gone.
It's part of
And
that same syndrome.
yeah, he's got a point, you know. I mean, because the hottest thing in '62 to '64 were girl groups.
Yep, I've
I
got the
think
CDs to prove it.
I think when it comes to the Beatles, I mean, I don't have a dislike of the Beatles because, you know, I do own a couple of Beatles on vinyl, but I think that it being shoved down my throat so much when I was a kid that they were like the ultimate because of my mother. She was a big Beatles fan. And she was always like, the Beatles are the ultimate. They're the end all, blah, 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 blah. They're the legends, the icons, you know. I think I kind of rebelled against it, you know what I mean? So now it's like, okay, I can listen to a couple of Beatles albums and it reminds me of my childhood, but it's like when I go to the record store, that's not the section I go to right away.
I'd say that's a normal reaction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, but I don't feel that way about other bands that she listens to, like Earth, Wind, and Fire, the Doobie Brothers, you know, stuff like that, you know, but the Beatles is just one of those that I'm just kind of,
You know what? When I joined the vinyl community, I actually loved the Beatles. And now I hear about them so fucking much. I'm like, please talk about anything but.
You hear about them every day. If you're in the vinyl community and you do live streams and you visit live streams throughout the day, you're going to hear about them all day. You know, you will. Which
you got to admit, they made a big impression on history. You got to give them credit for that.
Icons.
Yeah, it wouldn't
love them or hate them.
Without them.
Can you imagine? People are still talking about them, and I see a lot of Beatle reaction videos. I love seeing, you know, folks like PMI, maybe people that like I don't know how old you are. I think it's rude to ask unless you want to volunteer. But I love it when I see these like reaction videos, and people see that just warms my heart like tortillas, man. You know.
Yep.
Because
I have a whole shelf full of Beatle records. I love the Beatles, but
whatever music, if it's what they call a legacy group, whatever the Beatles, anybody else you may love, it always makes me feel good knowing that there's a generation behind me keeping it alive.
PMI, do you have the?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Do you have the
dude.
BC13 box set, PMI?
Is that the EP collection?
Oh
no,
God.
That's the studio albums.
Nice.
Oh, I wish.
I do. I have one that's unplayed.
I have the EP.
That's nice. Are those? That's vinyl, right?
Yes.
Oh,
that's the EPs.
Oh, the British EPs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
That's beautiful.
I have the British albums, BC13 box set, and it's never.
Yeah, I have the albums. I don't have the 45s or the EPs.
No, I don't have any vinyl.
Wow.
And I received that box set as a gift from somebody.
Wow.
VCLT.
Nice.
Well, yeah, it's the singles collection because some family members gave me money after my dad died, and he would have got a kick out of me getting that single set.
Yeah.
Well, it's true. This younger generation, they're going to keep it on. I mean, the Beatles will be 30 years from now when we're gone. You know, these kids are still going to be talking about them. So, I mean, that's undeniable.
And it's amazing because this has never happened before. There's no time in history where people were still listening to 60-year-old music.
Right.
It's never happened before.
Yeah,
in the 1920s, people weren't listening to music from the 1860s.
Yeah. Well,
it's never happened before.
You don't hear kids nowadays saying, "Oh, look I've got this Bing Crosby box set."
Right.
You know, they're not doing that. But the Beatles, the Doors, You know, Jefferson, they're playing, You know, all these bands from the 60s, they are still keeping hold of it.
I was just gonna
look at this. Wow. That's one of the first sets, isn't it, from the 80s?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The plastic yes. I remember seeing that.
Doesn't that have like the desk door thing that opens and closes?
Yeah, the little rolling like a garage door. There you go.
Yeah, that thing.
Wow.
I remember walking by thinking about buying it several times. I should have. I just kept walking by. Well, I was on a very low allowance at the time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Dusty, like a lot of those groups from the 60s, 70s, and 80s, it's like kids today still listen to that stuff.
Yeah, they
All
do.
of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's never happened before. That I don't know if it says something like, music today is that bad or what it says, but it's
Mhm.
never happened before. I mean, when I was a kid growing up in the 60s and 70s, I listened to some 50s music,
hmm
but not that much, and it wasn't prevalent, and I was like the only one I knew.
Well, like
Well,
me, when
It
I was a kid
was.
growing up in
like
the 80s, we still listened to the 60s bands, but they were still around. We still had, people from the Beatles. We still had, the Rolling
Yeah.
Stones. We still had the Who. We still had, we still had a lot of bands that were still around, where
Right.
they were making new music at the time we were still kids. Even though we're like, oh, old fogies, but they were still around. You know what I mean?
I
I
Right.
was
think I'd
born
be
in the 80s. I was born in 82, so that makes
Okay.
me 40 this year. And to
you don't
me,
look
it
it.
felt
Oh,
No way. You're 40?
dude.
Oh my God. I'm 49. I'm going to be 50. I'm like, wow,
Yeah,
that's
I'm gonna
crazy.
be 44 here in a month. I
I'm
was
older
born,
than you, Captain.
huh?
I'm older than you, Captain.
Yes.
Ooh.
and the
Tim,
thing
your
about
turn.
the thing about the 80s is
I'm
like
older than everyone here, I think.
I'm probably older than everybody.
and I
I
felt
don't
that
think
the
by that much.
80s were sort of like the 60s again, because I think like a lot of that nostalgia was coming out during the 80s, because for one thing, CDs were coming back, so like everybody was all about the Beatles CDs, and Paul was going back on tour. Then the Beach Boys was happening. Then that whole Monkees resurgence, and so plus my dad was a musician as well, and he had
Mhm.
like an impressive music collection. So I listened to not only Beatles and stuff like that, but also like Merry Go Round or The Left
Mhm.
Bank and Chic
That's
and
the way
all
I
of
grew
them.
up, listening to my dad's music first.
Yeah.
And so to me, that was like sort of like me, sort of like experiencing the '60s, but through the as a child of the '80s.
I'm a little bit of an anomaly, even in a group like this. So, because I grew up with the '60s music, and then when American Graffiti came out, I bought that 41 track soundtrack. They're all
Ooh.
originals except for the Flash Cadillac, the Continental Kids track, and I was just mesmerized. And I made some older friends, and right now I'm in the phase I'm discovering a lot of doo-wop that I like.
Mm.
I love it, and I can go to the other side of the scale, listen to Zeppelin or the Cramps, and get a
Yeah,
different kind of enjoy. I mean, I have no explanation, but I'm discovering I have a favorite doo-wop group in the whole thing, and it's a
PMI,
different.
do you have Odyssey and Oracles?
That's a good album.
Yeah, I have an original of that. Yeah, that's not the version I have. The one
Oh,
I have is like a little picture frame. It's a US copy.
yeah. There's
What's really
a box
funny?
set that came out in England called In the Beginning.
Yeah, I think I have a second pressing of Odyssey and Oracle, which is I think it's my second favorite album.
Yeah, I love that album.
Me too. I'm
Lisa
in
said, I'm
between
going to be
Super
40,
Bowl
bitches.
44.
You know what? Actually, today, since I had time to do it, I was doing a lot of like the Zombies, the Kinks, the Animals,
Yeah.
because these are names that keep on popping up in the VC. And when it comes to a lot of these bands, I'm kind of ignorant, except for like maybe main songs that were well known. So I was
Right.
kind of trying to like deep cut it a little bit, and find out what's going on there. I'm like, oh, well, let me educate myself a little bit here.
since we're talking about the Zombies, any of
Mhm.
you own a copy of this? It's great. 2015 Zombies Still Got the Hunger.
Oh,
Oof.
No.
It
Been meaning
is
to get
a
that.
good album. I bought it used. It's on a label called End Records, and it's really solid. It's surprisingly good. I
New
just
recordings?
2015.
hmm Well, I mean, new
2015.
recordings for 2015. I'm sorry.
I ran into the track called I ran into the track called Moving On YouTube, and I said,
Mm.
"Oh my God, I got to investigate." I checked out some of the other songs, and I bought it used on Amazon.
you know who was a really
Good
influential
album.
artist? They are now, but at the time they weren't. Graham Parsons. When
Oh
he was
yeah.
alive, a lot of
Oh
people
yeah.
didn't really care for his music, and then when he died, he became influential to a lot of people.
Isn't there a famous story about how he was buried or where he was buried?
His friends stole
His
the
road
body and took it
manager
to
Phil
the desert.
Kaufman stole his body and set it on
Yeah.
fire.
Drunk
A
off
Vi-
his ass.
A
Hey,
Viking
Dusty,
funeral.
try
Huh?
to find a copy of this sometime.
Holy mother! Is that a box set?
Yeah, you won't be. There
Look.
you go.
Okay, guys.
You won't be. You won't be disappointed. This is not everything you need by the Zombies, but it's close.
Sound wise, how is it? Is it like natural or is it compressed to death? Is it
Oh, it's really good.
No, this was made quite a while ago, before the Wildness Wars and all that.
what label?
Big beat.
Big Beat. It's
Oh.
German, I think,
Wow.
British.
and
What-
it's
What's
you
the name
get
of the box set?
singles and B-sides. You get Odyssey and Oracle and the Lost album. You get Rare and Unissued, and you get Live on the BBC.
What's the name of the
Hey,
box
I
set?
thought it was
It's called Zombie Heaven.
Oh my god, that looks great.
You know who I was listening to?
I've never seen that.
You know
Sorry,
how-
man. I'm
No.
You guys just startled me. Okay.
And
No, I was gonna say, you know who I was listening to today that I never hear the VC talk about hardly ever is Question Mark and the Mysterians.
Oh yeah, I love them. But
Maybe from Texas.
That guy was weird.
But he's a question mark.
Exactly.
his
Yeah, but
stuff
you know what-
on CD, you got to be careful if you find it, though, because he's done a lot of re-recordings, and
Really?
they sound very similar. It's hard to tell sometimes what's an original and what's a re-record.
So Taylor Swift is nothing new. They've been re-recording their songs for financial reasons for years.
Oh yeah.
But kids,
Well, he was on. He got on Alan Klein's label. He got on Abco, and Abco wasn't releasing anything for a long time. So
Alan Klein
recorded again to get it out there.
Pardon my French. Abco fucked everybody, film
Yeah.
work and music.
Yeah.
Okay. Any artist who recorded on the Cameo Parkway label got screwed. I mean, everybody from Bobby Rydell to Chubby Checker, they were all re-recording their songs so they could make some money off of it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Unbeknownst to the fans. And I have the box set. It came out, well, it's been several years now, but I mean, these people were well into adulthood when they finally saw a dime from it. I mean, and even Bob Seger has a couple of songs.
Yeah, I have that box set. It's a little square box set.
The blue one, right?
Yeah, I have that.
Yeah. So there's some interesting stuff on there. I was going to mention something about Question Mark and the Mysterians. Let's see if I get the band right. Smash Mouth. They did a song called "Can't Get Enough of You, Baby."
Yep.
That's a Question Mark song.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
See, and even the oldie stations are guilty of only playing 96 Tears. They had some other well-known songs. One called 18.
Oh,
the number 18. And there's another one I'm trying to think of. I can't. What was that you showing us, PMI?
This is Smash Mouth Astro Lounge, and it has "Can't Get Enough of You, Baby."
That's originally a Question Mark song.
But half the time on the radio, when you hear 96 Tears, it's not the right version. It's one of his redos.
The one, yeah, it's true.
This is for Groovy Lisa.
Is that the re-records?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And how are they compared to the originals?
They actually sound way better. I guess there's more heart to these songs than how they originally performed.
I think she's become a better singer, actually. I think she's become better with years.
Who, with her, Mariah Carey?
No, Taylor Swift.
Oh, okay. You showed two of them. I thought one was Mariah Carey, the other was Taylor Swift.
No, they're Taylor Swift.
Do you guys remember when Prince threatened to re-record all of his albums?
Because was that during the era when he was writing Slave? Was that during the era when he was writing Slave on his face?
Yeah, because he was locked into this horrible contract with Warner Brothers, so he threatened to re-record everything. I said, just don't touch Purple Rain. It's perfect.
A lot of people. Squeeze, a lot of people. A few years ago, Squeeze put out an album called Spot the Difference. And it was a greatest hits album, but it was all new recordings because they were just trying to make some money because they didn't make any money off them. their albums.
Yeah, that was why Prince changed his name to that symbol, what the hell ever it was.
Yeah,
And
so
it
nobody
did all
could
that
pronounce
stuff,
his
and
name,
everybody
so the
thought he was
record
losing
company
his
couldn't
fucking
promote
mind.
him.
And here it was because he was in a contract he couldn't get out of.
Yeah,
What's
so the
your
record
what's your
company
new
couldn't
name?
promote him.
Bitcoin.
Damn, Tim, you're still doing good. You're doing better than me. You
What's
got 14 people watching still.
Wow.
15.
No,
But you know,
Tim, this is like from the a lot of the other streams that you ever done.
Oh,
you are the man.
Oh, there
You
you
are the
go.
man. You are
Is
on my Christmas card list.
to show us a.
You sir shall be knighted for appreciating great music. Even only one on the cover was actually performing. There's still wow, dude. I thought I was gonna get shocked by the alcohol.
It was funny because I was watching a
That's
thing a
nice.
couple of days ago and they showed the Partridge Family flash across the screen. I was like, Tim.
You know how many people have bought Partridge Family albums in the past few months because of me? I kind of feel bad.
No, don't feel bad.
Even friggin' Jorgen in Sweden bought a damn Partridge Family album.
Well, this is about awareness, isn't it? Well, I mean,
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah, Jorgen did.
listen, after some of these chats, I go back and I research some of the stuff that was discussed because there's probably something that I like. I mean,
Me, what I do is I take a lot of mental notes, especially when people are talking back and forth. Like, there's a lot of times I'm silent during the live streams, and I'm picking up on what people are saying, but I'm making mental notes of all these bands. I'm like, oh, let me listen to that later. Let me listen to that later. And
some of
that.
my notes tonight, right here.
I just thought of a genre of music that we like passed up when we were talking about the 50s and the 60s and 70s, and that is bubblegum pop.
Bubblegum pop.
Yep.
Oh,
You
there
know
you
what
go. I
I-
don't have that.
That's
You know
not
what
I
Bobby
have it on
Pop.
vinyl. I
Bubblegum
don't have
pop
the
would
CD.
be.
I have that CD.
I have
Hey,
that on vinyl.
I have that CD.
Oh, the Christmas
I have
album.
that on vinyl.
Yes, but do you have the cutout from the cereal box?
That I don't have.
Tim, I
And it
think
comes
we
with a
could do
quarter
some
for your
kind of
tone arm.
paternity test here with this kid. He's got a little bit too much Partridge Family. Are you
Dude,
sure
that's
this is
awesome,
not your
dude.
son?
These are all the Razor and Tide releases.
Oh, that's
that
it.
came
We're
out
calling
back
Maury
then.
Tim. That's your son.
Can I just mention how, and I hope Tim will go, how brilliantly produced those albums are, how well produced they are.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's.
I mean, they
it's
sound. I mean,
most-
they're incredible.
It's mostly the Wrecking Crew that's playing on them. I mean, they're very well recorded albums.
Whoever mixed them, whoever made the decisions on how everything should sound. Yeah, the musicianship is outstanding, but whoever decide, every producer has a dream sound in his head, and he puts that dreamscape, applies it to the recording. That's why I like. Well, see, they were on Bell Records, if I remember originally.
Yes.
Yeah.
So listen to any of the Fifth Dimension albums. It's the Wrecking Crew. It's the same quality.
Yeah.
Right.
It's amazing. Just the sonic quality of it is amazing.
Yeah, I watched a biography.
Recorders, which is basically the Beach Boys studio that Brian left to frequent.
I watched a biography on the Wrecking Crew, and it amazed me how many songs that they played on.
Oh yeah.
And they talked a lot about Hal Blaine and he was on all these Grammy winning records.
Yep.
And so I tried contacting him via Facebook, and I was like, I'll contact you later. I'm busy. And then he died on me. Who was it? I think who was it that said, when I was a kid, I loved the drumming on all these records, and I didn't know the whole time that I was admiring the same drummer on all these records. I can't remember who it was, but I don't know if it was. And I think Carol Kay is very under-celebrated. Now that I know,
Carol Kay is a great bassist.
I knew nothing. Well, I knew nothing about her. I didn't know she existed till I saw that Wrecking Crew documentary.
Yeah.
And how she changed. I mean, she changed the bass line for The Beat Goes On. That's why it became such a big record. And then does she do the bass
Well,
in
yeah.
California Girls or Good Vibrations? Good Vibrations, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
she's
yeah,
on bass on Good Vibrations, absolutely, and most of Pet Sounds.
I mean, she now I realize at this late stage of my life, she was so integral to the sound of these records that I love. So isn't it amazing how, like, when you're young and you first hear these records, okay, I like that too. And then as you get older, you start getting a deeper appreciation, start talking about sound and production. And you don't have to be an engineer to appreciate the outcome of something. But
Yeah.
as you get older, it just changes your perspective of something. You know?
See, a lot of the people from the Wrecking Crew said in that documentary that the thing that brought the Wrecking Crew to light, I think it was Hal Plain's autobiography, where he talks about how the Wrecking Crew had been formed and all that stuff in the early 90s when he did his autobiography.
There's an interview with him. He said that, that there was a group of ace musicians, and somehow he says, I became the default boss. So when they had a studio call, he said they'd call me and I would call this group of musicians. Everybody wanted them.
Yeah, if you add the Wrecking Crew along with the Funk Brothers and Booker T and the MGs, those three are playing, I guarantee, on over 50% of the entire hits of the 60s.
You
If it
saw
was a top
Standing
40 hit, one of those three are probably on 50% of them.
Has everybody seen Standing in the Shadow of Motown? Everybody seen that? That's the fun. Oh my God, that's such a beautifully done thing.
Yes, it is. Very.
One of my favorite DVDs.
And okay, and there's one about the Stax label.
Yeah, that's Booker T and the MGs. They're on everything.
Muscle
all the
Shoals.
Aretha albums, that's Booker T and the MGs. All the Otis Redding albums, that's Booker T and the MGs.
That whole Stax Atlantic Vault thing with Otis Redding and Booker T, Sam and Dave, Aretha, all those artists. Some people think, well, it was just the Motown sound. No. I mean, on the other side, you had the grittier sound that Booker T and those guys brought to the fore. Everybody from Sam and Dave to Johnny Taylor, some of the early Emotions, not the best of my love. Well, it was the same girls, but it was a totally different sound. Rufus Thomas. And I'm very guilty of still loving the song known as The Funky Chicken. That is just, you see the film from Wattstax? You see the performance?
Mm-mm.
He's wearing like pink Bermuda shorts. It's a very weird outfit. But so I'm a child of the 60s and 70s. He used to advertise for Schlitz malt liquor. Anybody seen those commercials in hindsight, or did anybody live at that time? Maybe Tim. Here comes the bull.
We still sell Schlitz here.
He'd be like, "Here comes the bull," and the bull would come crashing through the bar.
Did you say you can get Schlitz over there, Captain?
Yes.
No, really?
I can't get it.
They still have the Schlitz.
Schlitz and ham.
Not missing anything.
Ham beer you can
A
get
friend
here
of mine
too.
hated Schlitz. He used to say Schlitz gave you the shits.
Yep.
I tried looking for Schlitz. I think I said it in another live stream. I tried looking for Schlitz probably about maybe a year ago, and all the liquor stores looked at me like I had a second head or something. Like, what? Like, we don't carry what Schlitz? No. And I was like, Colt 45. They're like, what's wrong with you?
Try finding a Pearl beer.
Oh, there you go. I just felt like drinking ghetto beer that night. I don't know. I was on a kick. I get on those kicks every so often.
Live dangerously.
Yeah.
We used to have we have a big chain down here in Texas. I don't know if it's beyond. It's called HEB.
Mm-hmm.
And they used to have their own brand. I don't know. I never bought it. It was called Buckhorn beer.
Really?
Somebody said it had like the quality of like wipes. You could drink it. You could clean stains with it, whatever. It just didn't come with a warning label. Actually, I tasted it once. It tasted more like carbonated soda with yellow dye in it. I couldn't taste the alcohol.
Let's see, James Farley said, remember the Colt 45 commercials? Didn't Billy D. Williams do both Colt 45?
Yeah, Billy D. Williams did them. Those I remember.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
When I was a kid, I had this friend, Paul, and we graduated high school. His mother threw a party, and she wanted he told her to get some beer. So she comes back with, I think, 4 cases of this beer called Ortlieb's. It was in yellow cans. It was $1.99 a case.
Jeez.
So Paul asked her. Paul says, why did you bring this home? And she says, because it was cheap. She was going to get the generic beer, the white cans that just said beer, but that was 50 cents more a case than the Ortlieb's.
Holy crap.
When you said $1.99 a case, my liver just like twinged.
You could probably unclog a sink with that stuff.
I remember the first time I got drunk was off of Schaefer's and Bergie.
Schaefer was big down here in Texas.
Yeah, it was Schaefer's and Bergie.
Well, they call it Chafer.
Chafer, there you go. I guess.
Well, here's a little something that you didn't ask for, but I was part of a commercial for Schaefer beer.
Really?
Me and a heavy set friend, we dressed up. We were the Bruise Brothers. I've got a very incriminating picture somewhere, and we used his gremlin for the commercial. A piss yellow gremlin makes sense. Beer, right? And I would get out through the window because the door wouldn't open. I wish I had that footage.
I'm surprised someone has not put that up on YouTube already. Probably somewhere.
I'd love to find it. It's crazy. Wow. It was fun.
Well, Lisa say I need the green stuff.
But I had enough costumes so nobody recognized me.
Lisa,
we're showing up at a party. They're having a band to we're the Bruise Brothers, and we had the hats and everything.
Wow.
They're having like quite a weird conversation in your peanut gallery over there, Tim.
Well,
wasn't Leon Russell and Dr. John also part of the Wrecking Crew?
Bad's going on. So
Leon Russell was part of the Wrecking Crew.
Yeah, I think Dr. John was too.
And Leon Russell did a lot of work on the Gary Lewis, the Playboys records, and he hated it. There's some famous stories about him slamming his piano shut and leaving. He was kind of temperamental, they say. Interestingly enough, I saw him. It was probably the last time he was on the road in the 90s. He came and he did a solo show with just the piano and him. And he did all of his songs, Song for You and Lady Blue, Tightrope. And he sounded fantastic, but he looked like he was in pain that night. So it's kind of sad to see him that way. He's like this Masquerade. I mean, he's another one that's underappreciated in my opinion.
Yep.
And he's the guy that inspired Elton John. And so you remember Elton John brought him out of a forced retirement, and they did an album together.
Yep.
And if you've ever heard it, it's quite good. He says, I wanted to become a singer, piano player because of Leon Russell. So he mapped out based on what he loved about Leon.
Lisa said Darren Hayes is live. You all remember Savage Garden? What is the guy who was in Savage Garden live right now? Obviously, we know he doesn't really probably have much to do. They only had like one hit, I think.
They had about 6 or 7.
They had two. They had quite a few.
Did they?
They were big in England anyway.
I was playing those records.
You know who used to also be really like?
There you go.
There you go. You know who used to also? Oh, we have a Savage Garden fan.
They're not bad at all. If you like pop, it's really top tier pop. Very well produced.
I
like some of the Wham and George Michael.
I do too. I like Wham.
I think George Michael was brilliant. I mean, he could that boy could write a pop song. I mean,
he was.
Come on. I mean,
I think George Michael's best album is his very first one after leaving Wham.
Faith,
yep. That's by far his best album, I think.
See, PMI, if you own one album, you're a connoisseur or casual fan. You own two, you're a fan. So when you're a connoisseur, two, you're casual. Wait, no. When you're a connoisseur casual, two, you're a fan. There you go. It's kind of like when you go pee. If you shake it once, once you're playing with it.
I heard a variation of that once, guys.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you because you want to know. I heard if you own one pornographic movie, you're a pervert. If you own 100 or more, you're a connoisseur.
Dusty, what are you if you own
art.
27 albums from the same artist?
I'm sorry, wait, if you own 27 albums from the same artist?
Yeah.
Okay, what are you?
I have no clue. That's what I was asking you. You seem to know all the numbers, and
Oh no, I
like Kiss. I have 27 albums by them.
Then you belong to the Kiss Army.
Yes.
I met Gene Simmons.
I'm sorry.
I'm not impressed. Gene Simmons is a douchebag.
No, I ran into him just by luck, and he couldn't have been any nicer. I think, like anybody, you get on somebody's good side or bad side, and I think a lot of it is just bravado. I like to say he takes the makeup off. He takes the makeup off, but he doesn't snap out of character. But I had him all to myself. Well, not like that. It sounds bad. I just ran into him by chance. He'd been doing an interview in a restaurant, and he came from the back room. All the waiters ran to the front. I said, "Is there a fire?" They said, "No. Gene Simmons is standing on the sidewalk outside." So, well, hell, I put my fork down, went out and said hello to him.
A lot of people disagree with me when it comes to Gene Simmons because I have a lot of respect for him because I said, here's a man who came to this country and he had like not even 2 sets rubbed together. He built a fucking empire.
People don't remember that.
To have the fat head he does.
And they make fun of him.
Gene Simmons was born in the United States.
I mean,
no, he's from Israel. He came from Israel. He's
the business mind, like as Mick is for the Rolling Stones. Gene is the business mind for Kiss, and I'm gonna say, people, oh, you gotta put your name on next to it. If people buy it, it only makes sense to manufacture it. I mean, why not? They're whoring themselves out. No, they're giving the fans what they want. Whether it's an album or a lunchbox or a coffin that says Kiss on it,
Dimebag Darrell was buried in one. Dimebag Darrell was buried in one. I mean, remember that.
Like Gene says, while you're alive, you can keep your beer cold in it. And when you get cold, you get buried in it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the thing is also, on the other hand, there's also the way he treated Ace and he treated Peter. But, Ace and Peter were just not smart businessmen. Paul Stanley was kind of in there. He was kind of like pulling the strings along with Gene. Paul Stanley's kind of a savvy businessman also, but just Ace and Peter weren't. They were just musicians who wanted to get laid, play music, and have fun.
If I remember correctly, Gene didn't even speak English when he came over to this country.
Oh, he didn't.
So he's a self-made man. I mean, both of them.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's just a lot of envy, quite frankly.
And Paul Stanley is deaf in one ear.
Yeah, and he's a deformity. Yeah.
Yeah, he's completely deaf in one ear. And he made it work. So those are two guys that you're not going to complain to about anything. They're going to be like, really? Why can't you do it? Get off your ass and do it.
There's a lot of people in this country that have come from other countries. That doesn't give them a right to be a dickhead.
Well, yeah, I understand that too. But, but the thing is, I like I said, I give the man a certain amount of respect. Sometimes, he is an ass about certain things, but,
He's very knowledgeable. I have to give him that. I love that documentary he did called Sample This, which is about the incredible bongo sound and Michael Wiener. That was a really good film that he did.
Well, I only feel that way about people who are unkind to me. Otherwise, I have nothing to complain about. I walked up to him out of nowhere, and he could have been a major dick, and nobody would have been a witness to it. He didn't have to be nice, but he actually was. I sound like his lawyer now, right? No, but it's just one-on-one. I won't say eye to eye because he's taller than me, but he didn't have to say hello. He was he asked where I was from, and just, I didn't buy a concert ticket. I didn't have a Kiss t-shirt on. He made idle conversation. He spent whole 5 minutes talking to me. And that year he had said some things about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and his opinion of some of the groups that are in there. And I just said, thank you for saying what a lot of people are feeling. He says somebody had to. So to finish that story, one of the waitresses told him, hey, we're out on the sidewalk. She says, Gene, can you show us your tongue? And I'm like, and so he had his sunglasses on. He purses his lips as he always does when he's thinking. He looks down. This is the coolest moment. Check this out. He looks down at his boots. He says, sorry, it's too dirty here. I said, Mr. Simmons, thank you very much. I'm going to go finish my steak. You have a good day. You couldn't have been any nicer.
No,
See,
I was
that
gonna
gives me
try.
a lot of
Most people, if you treat them like people, they will be nice to you.
right.
But if you run up to them and you act like you want something from them and you just pester them, then no, they're not going to be nice to you. I've
Right.
never had one celebrity not be nice to me ever.
And tell me you've never had a bad day. You never know what these people, I mean, they're
Yeah.
humans like we are. We're fans, so we have
Yeah.
a different mindset.
Exactly.
Well,
There's
yeah, I
people
mean,
coming at them 24
and-
hours a day, 7 days a week, you know. I
and not
mean,
only that, they have to deal with the
slap.
paparazzi chasing them the fuck around
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
trying
you know.
to get every
Yeah.
little detail of their life, and
It's
that
true,
would get
Spalding.
annoying after a while.
You know what happens? So by the time a well-meaning fan like one of us approaches them, somebody else pissed them off for us.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, I used to be a radio station salesman, and they used to tell me go out first thing in the morning because somebody else will have tried to tap that client and piss them off, so they're not going to give you the time of day.
Yeah.
Let yourself be the first impression of the day. It makes sense.
No, I was gonna say, I actually have two different stories when it comes to Kiss. One would end up being that about 15 or 20 years ago, I had the Kiss 3 books, Kiss 3 1, Kiss 3 2. And, you know, I was young. I fell in, like, you know, hard times. I had to sell some shit. And I was trying to sell it, and both of my copies were signed by all four members. And I walked into a pawn shop, and I tried to sell it. And the guy behind the counter turned around and said, well, you know, these books would probably be worth more if they weren't signed. And I said, how can you tell me that? They're signed by
Yes.
Gene, Paul, you know, Peter. He goes, they probably would be worth more. He's all, you know, Gene signs anything you stick in front of his face. He's all, I can stick my dick in front of his face and he'll sign it. Like,
Well,
in other
I
words,
think
he is so oversaturated, his signature wasn't worth anything.
the problem with an autograph is you have to prove the authenticity.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
That's the question.
I mean, I don't know if he knew, but he was just kind of like, well, these came with certificates, so they had certificates.
Oh wow! Then he was being a dickhead.
Yeah, he was just kind of like, they're not worth anything. I can't sell them. He's all, dude. He's all, you know, Kiss autographs are like so easy to come across, you know. And that was like 20 years ago. And like now I'm thinking, I still have the books. I'm like thinking, okay, let's wait another 10 years when members of Kiss, you know, God forbid, start to drop off. Then let's see how much they're worth. You know what I mean?
There's an older video. Ted Nugent and these guys are approaching. One of them's got like a pile of album, and he says something to the. If I'm going to paraphrase, you're just going to turn around and sell these. You pay me $30 for each autograph. He was being a dick.
Yeah.
But the guy was kind of. I mean, yeah, a pile of albums, and you want an autograph for each and every one.
You know what he's doing with them. Yeah,
and
exactly.
This one, and this one, and this one. I said, come on, how many do you need?
I remember I had the drummer from Incubus one time. I pulled out a picture. It was a full like 8x10 color picture of the band. And I had like, my intention was I was going to get them all individually and get the whole picture signed for myself. But what happened was I went to go have him sign it. He turns around, he goes, I won't sign that. He's all, do you have a ticket or, you know, anything else from the show? I'll sign that. He's all, but I won't sign this. And I was like, why not? He's all, because those end up on eBay. He's all, I won't sign that shit. He's all, give me a ticket or something personal to you and I'll sign it. But that I won't sign.
I dare you to ask Ringo Starr for an autograph.
I heard that him and Paul won't sign anymore.
I think Paul just adopted the same policy. Am I right,
Yeah,
Tim?
he did.
No, he didn't. That was one of these articles that were going around 6 months ago. There's a bunch of them that just weren't true.
Because I also saw a video of him refusing to photograph it. Maybe they just caught him off guard.
He did an interview, and they were publishing these little excerpts of this interview, and they were all taken out of context. What Paul said is he doesn't understand why people collect autographs. He doesn't get it. And he would rather just spend a couple minutes talking to you than signing stuff. But he did not say that he wouldn't sign anything anymore or any of that. He just said he would rather just say, hi, how you doing? Tell me about yourself. You know, he'd rather do that.
Personally, I'd rather have a picture of myself taken with the artist.
See, I wouldn't. I'm the opposite.
Me personally, I'd love to have. I mean, that you're there with them. You have a photograph. That's beautiful. As opposed to a signature.
Every celebrity I've never met, I've never asked for an autograph, and I've never asked for a picture. And I doubt I've spent less than 10 minutes with any of them because I didn't. Because then, okay, well, let's have a conversation then. And you know, it becomes two people talking instead of a fan just wanting something from you. You know, that's just how I feel about it.
What's that?
Wow.
10,000 Maniacs.
Who is that?
10,000 Maniacs.
Wow.
Oh, that's
Wow.
nice.
Is
Well, I
it
have a
with,
10,000 Maniac story, but
You better put 2
if
deadbolts
you're a
on your
big
door,
fan,
Paul.
you won't like it.
is it with Natalie Merchant's signature or no?
No, with Mary Ramsey.
Okay.
Nice.
Because I liked them better when Natalie Merchant was their lead singer.
In the early 80s, I had a friend that had a band. They're a really good garage band called the Mystic Eyes, and they were opening up for 10,000 Maniacs at this club called Mickey Rats in Buffalo. And because I was on the guest list, so I went with the guy I worked with, my boss at the record store, and we went, and before the show started, we hung out out front, and all the 10,000 Maniacs were out there. So we're hanging out for about an hour with the 10,000 Maniacs before the show starts.
Nice.
Then we go in, and we watch my friend Bernie's band do their set. They were a garage band, and then we left. I never saw the 10,000 Maniacs.
Wow.
Well, I've met a few. I've met a few music celebrities. I mean, really, because I even met Freddie Fender.
Ooh, really?
Yeah, and he was getting over alcoholism and so forth. And I forgot an hour later and offered him a drink.
Oops.
You go for I called an hour not drinking. And oh God, I'm sorry, but he was actually very nice. And then anybody remember the Texas tornadoes? It's a blip on the radar. It was Augie Myers, Doug Sam, Freddie Fender, and Flaco Jimenez.
Hey baby, ¿qué pasó?
That's right. And who were you
I
thinking
was
of?
your only vato.
Who were you thinking of was a big crossover hit as well? Well, so during the break, Doug Sam, who I'm convinced one of the coolest people ever lived, during the break, because I was working with a radio station that was hosting him, he says, come over to the tour bus. Oh yeah, I actually smoked a doob with Doug Sam. He was changing his outfit. He says, reach over there, open that box. I'm like, what? They got a gun? Is he crazy? Is he batshit crazy? I don't know. It says he had this whole stash on the bus. Come on, light it up. Okay. So I had to avoid my boss for the rest of the evening because I was for at least 2 hours. I was like, woo. Glad it was dark. I'm glad it was dark.
Captain disappeared on us.
Like the old song says, my eyes look. What is it? My eyes look like 2 cherries in a glass of buttermilk.
That's an interesting visual.
Never heard that lyric?
Yeah, that's
Bloodshot Eyes.
Yeah, Bloodshot Eyes. I'm trying to think of his name.
Lenoni Harris.
Yeah, Lenoni Harris. A lot of people think he did the first rock and roll song.
He's one of the early ones. Actually, I always hear that. The one that I hear mentioned most often is Rocket 88.
Well,
Jackie Brunson, which is Ike Turner's band.
Yeah. I hear his version of what's the Good Rockin' Tonight from 1947.
Great record.
A lot of people mention.
Yeah.
And if it's rock and roll, it would be. But is it rock and roll? I don't know. Because Roy Brown did it a year earlier, and I don't think they're that different.
I mean, if you start talking about the roots, it came from blues, it came from country,
Yeah.
Rock and roll is a melting pot of everything that came before it.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I don't think there is a first rock and roll song.
Well,
Didn't we talk about this earlier, Tim? We talked about this in another stream about Ike Turner and Rocket 88. Didn't we talk about also how Ike Turner thought that he created distortion?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is the first distorted guitar on record, I think.
Okay.
But it was an accident. Like I said, they recorded that at Sun Studios, and they came from Chicago. They drove in the station wagon, all of them with their equipment on top of the station wagon. They pull up at Sun Studios, and they're unloading the equipment, and the guitarist amp falls off at the top of the station wagon and breaks. Well, they don't have another one, so they have to use it. And they plug it in, and it sounds like that. It's distorted. But they're like, well, we got to use it, so they used it. And as far as I know, it's the first distorted guitar on record.
Story I heard is he broke his guitar over Tina Turner's head. No, never mind.
It's not the guitar that's
He's off too soon.
It's the amp. It's the amp. I mean, the Kinks created their sound. They just took a pen and punched a hole through
Shredded
the
a speaker, right? They
took a pen and went, and that's how the Kinks got their sound.
What's your favorite Kinks tune from any decade? Or is that too broad a question?
It's really broad, but I'll say Waterloo Sunset.
60s, 70s, 80s. What comes to mind for you first?
Well, again, Waterloo Sunset.
Waterloo Sunset is early 70s or late 60s?
60s. It's from their 67 or 68 album. Yeah. And 70s. Lola or Sleepwalker. I mean, they're very different songs. It's hard to pick. In the 80s, I loved the Kinks in the 80s. I don't even know. Do it again.
Sleepwalker, Superman, great tunes.
Yes, I mean Superman's great too. I almost consider that 80s. It's 79. But it's so close.
The one that blows me away every time I hear it is "Do It Again."
Well, yeah, Do It Again. Well, it starts out like A Hard Day's Night, which was not an accident.
My God, but it's so good.
My favorite Kinks song is "Driving."
That's a good track too.
There's just
I bought that album just for that damn song.
60s, I've always liked. Oh God, it's a huge hit. Something about a man about town. Boom, 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 boom. Well, I like all day. I like all day.
Well Respected Man.
Thank you, sir. That's it.
Great song.
That's a nice Waterloo Sunset's excellent too.
Yeah, that's my that just sums up swinging London to me in that time. You said name one song that sums up that period. It's Waterloo Sunset.
And one that's very on Kinks, but nevertheless still a good song from the 80s. I like "Don't Forget to Dance."
Yeah, very nice.
May I use the word charming in this chat? Because I just think it's a great little song.
Oh yeah, I like "Come Dancing" too. As Clive Davis told Ray, it's Ray. I like it, but it's not a song. It's a ditty.
A ditty.
Yeah. Did you guys know that
Clive Davis told Ray? But it's fantastic.
Did you guys know that the Kinks are banned in the United States?
Not anymore. They were in the 60s, from like 67 to 70 or something like that.
What did they do?
I was
they tore up a bunch of hotel rooms and were just generally obnoxious.
No, they just got caught. They were all doing that, right?
Yeah.
I was looking for the name of the album that song was on, and it says that they said the reason they got banned was a mixture of bad agency, bad management, bad luck, and bad behavior.
Well, yeah. I mean, they were, they were doing what everybody else was doing, but they didn't have the money or the backing behind them to make it go away.
Right.
Like the Stones did.
Now, didn't the guitarist for The Who crack Abby Hoffman in the head with a guitar at Woodstock?
Jesus.
I think he did.
Really? You mentioned that, Captain Spaulding, something extreme. You guys have seen the footage where they destroyed their instruments on the Ed Sullivan Show?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
The Who?
And, Pete Townsend tells a story that Keith Moon put too much explosive in the drum.
Yeah, they put the explosives in, and then Keith Moon went and got more because he said it wasn't enough.
And that's where he sustained some hearing damage.
Yeah,
right
there. He can't hear very well to this day because of that.
Is it tinnitus or tinnitus? What do they call it?
Yeah, tinnitus. Yeah,
tinnitus. And they said it knocked out satellites and everything else when that drum kit exploded.
He was batshit crazy, man.
Yeah,
what a character.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
I would want to. Hey, all I can tell you is keep him on the drum set because I don't want him driving the bus.
My favorite Keith Moon interview is when they're interviewing him about Pinball Wizard, and he's standing there at the pinball machine, and the balls are going around, and they asked him what his favorite. I think they said favorite part of a pinball machine, and he said the balls, baby, or something like that.
Roger Daltrey was on the British Top Gear a couple years before it all went away. And Jeremy Clarkson asked Daltrey about Keith Moon, about the stories that we've all heard. Are they true? And Daltrey's answer was, not only is every story you've ever heard about Keith Moon true, but you've heard less than 10% of them.
Right. That was what Alice Cooper said in an interview too. He said that Keith Moon was like completely batshit crazy. He said he was one person he was afraid to be around.
You know what Pete Townshend said in the last couple of years? Kind of bummed me out. He said that he would be a better guitar player, but in the early days of the Who, he could never get a lead in because Pete was filling in all the spaces. No, not Pete. I mean, the drummer. Yeah, Keith Moon was all over the place, and he was always center stage. The drums were always loud. He said he never had a chance to throw in a lead lick. So he said, I'm not a better guitar player because of Keith Moon.
Oh, that's a line of crap.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I just like, come on, dude. Come on. I mean,
well, with Entwistle, too. I mean, you listen to the early Who records, especially, and half of what you think is Pete's guitar is Entwistle's bass. It's not Pete's guitar
it's
at all.
Thunder, man.
It's Entwistle.
Yeah, but that's what gave their songs that locomotive sound.
Oh yeah, no, they all three of them were like amazing musicians. They were like the least tight band you could have, but they were fantastic.
I remember hearing "Who Are You" for the first time.
Wait a second.
The uncensored version. I went, what?
I gotta put this up here. What Cap was talking about. Hold on a minute. See if you can hear it.
Can you explain in any kind of way what satisfaction you get from it?
Yeah, sexual. I've always loved balls, and to see big shiny silver balls running around the playground like this, I can get a certain amount of satisfaction building up a score that's going to knock everybody else into oblivion, which, you know, I try to offer.
It was Keith Moon. It was Keith Moon talking about fucking pinball.
Yeah.
That sounds like a Tinder conversation.
I know. Tell me about it.
That's like the funniest interview I've ever heard.
I wouldn't know.
Hey, Lisa, behave, please.
I had never heard about that Cap until you mentioned it. I was like, well, let me look it up. And then I heard it and I was like going, oh my God.
You know, I was listening to his voice, and why was I thinking of the Alex character in A Clockwork Orange? Why did that happen, Dusty?
It actually kind of sounds like Malcolm
It was
McDowell.
creepy and has a British accent, and it sounded a little too sincere for my comfort.
If you see the video, he's actually very, very freaking drunk. Well, of course, it's Keith Moon. Hello.
Well, it's normal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was really, really drunk.
I know it's a joke, Lisa, but just
she's laughing her eyes out.
Oh, there you go.
There's a question here. What is Return to Waterloo? James Farley, has anyone seen Return to Waterloo? What's that?
I haven't seen it. I own it on Laserdisc, and I need to watch it. It's on my list.
Who's it about? What is it?
It's a movie that Ray Davies made. Ray loves
I'm looking
to
for new stuff to watch, man.
He made it in the early 80s. It's short. I think it's less than an hour long. There was a soundtrack, an EP soundtrack came out. I have it.
1984.
I've never seen it.
I haven't even seen. Go ahead,
I think Ray Davies is playing the character that he played in the Come Dancing video.
Oh, okay.
I think.
Oh, that creepy.
Yeah. I think. I haven't seen it, so I'm not sure, but I'm thinking
I'd never heard of it. I've never even seen, what is it? How I Won the War by John Lennon. There's a few.
I've seen it.
Not even seen that.
I've seen it. It's a typical Richard Lester 60s movie. It's it's a little weird.
Is it long form? Is it like an hour and a half? Is it a full length?
Yeah, it's a real movie.
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't seen The Magic Christian either.
Magic Christian is weird again. I saw it once. I need to see it again. I didn't like it the first time I saw it, but I need to see it again.
That's crazy. Tim Roth was in it as a boy. Tim Roth for like Pulp Fiction, Reservoir Dogs.
Wow.
He was in it. That's
I
crazy.
didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. Says Tim Roth, boy punk. Ray Davies is the subway singer. That creepy character for Come Dancing.
It was just a few years back. I recall seeing the headline that I think somebody got their purse stolen and he tackled the thief or something. I think he was in New Orleans and there was a crime in progress. Somebody was getting robbed or their pocket picked and Ray Davies jumped in. Didn't you hear
I
about
don't
that?
know. Ray Davies got shot in New Orleans.
Maybe
Real?
maybe part of the same thing.
It may be. I don't know how it happened. He was on. He about a year later. He was on Little Steven's Underground Garage. Did an interview and talked about it, but he wouldn't talk that much about New Orleans because he loves America and he didn't. He didn't want to be negative. He's like, I don't want to talk bad. I only want to talk about good things.
Oh,
So
here it is.
He
I got it all
talk
wrong.
about it.
He was injured in a robbery attempt. He was shot in the leg. This is back in 2004.
Yeah. I knew he got shot in the leg. That much I knew.
Oh my God! Well,
but he didn't
all I
blame
can say is
America
don't forget to dance.
And he loves America. And well, he did his last two albums were about America.
Okay, here it is. I'll cut out the female companion. 59-year-old Kinks frontman walking on Burgundy Street with a female companion when two thieves stole her purse. See, I knew there was a robbery. Stole her purse at gunpoint. He gave chase, and one of the men turned and shot him in the thigh. There it is. My God, he was 59 years old in 2004.
Yeah,
well, I didn't
and
realize
he was chasing thieves at 59 years old.
I got to tell you, he's got steel pinballs to do that.
Dang, it says in 2011, Davies was grounded on doctor's orders for 6 months following a discovery of blood clots in his lungs.
Yeah.
That's crazy because usually when you find blood clots in the lungs, it's already over. So to be like, okay, well, you just need to rest and he got over it. That's crazy.
Yeah. He can't sing anymore. Ray can't really sing anymore either. That's why they keep wanting to do a new Kinks album, and I kind of don't want them to. I'm too much of a fan. It won't rock. It won't be the Kinks.
Overall, those veteran rockers, they seem to be those rockers from Britain. They seem to be very rugged, from England, from Wales. They're just really healthy stock. And I'm not talking cows. I'm thinking about it. How many older rockers are from England who are still alive and kicking?
They live forever.
It seems like more of our American stars have kicked the bucket earlier than whether it's Jim Morrison or Whitney Houston or Prince, or think of all the people we've lost just the last 15 years. And it's because of age and biological facts, it's accelerating. What was it from drugs or overindulgence in something? It's just age or ailment. We just lost Ronnie Spector, and then for those of you who know the Dixie Cups, Our Chapel of Love, one of the three girls that sang that came out today. So for me personally, it's a rough start to the year. Last year was bad enough.
All these musicians are just getting older, and
exactly.
Within the next 10 years, we're going to lose most of them probably.
Oh God, it's going to be. Oh my God.
Yeah, they're all going to be gone.
I'm going to start listening to funeral dirges because that's going to be my mood.
It's going to get there.
Do you guys know who Oliver Reed is, the British actor?
Awesome actor.
Yeah, I just was reading an article that said that he was a little bit of a hellraiser before he met Keith Moon, but Keith Moon showed him the way to insanity.
He did help him perfect it. If you're going to be good at something, right?
Yep.
But
what is going on here, Mr. Computer? It's weird having this new computer. I'm able to open up like multiple windows, but at the same time I'm streaming. But I'm looking at the same time, it goes ahead and it kind of slows me down just a bit.
Is that a Windows 11 you got there, Dusty?
Yeah.
And did you have 10 before?
I actually had 10 before. Yeah,
Or-
I did.
Compare it. Is it better or worse?
I've only been really dealing with it for a day, so I'm kind of like, it seems better to me.
Finding your way.
Yeah, but we'll see over the next couple of days, maybe the next week, because
I mean,
I'm trying to see how far I can push it.
Right.
See how far I can push it before it starts going, no, I can't do that. So,
Yeah, I tried to update my computer to Windows 11 because it's a Windows 10, and they said it's not possible.
yeah.
what?
Yeah,
Why?
because it's an i5. I thought it would be like plenty fast enough and have everything that it needed for Windows 11, but they said that it wasn't, that it didn't have the stuff to perform like it should on Windows 11.
You know, that's what in the business school, that's planned obsolescence to make you buy more stuff.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, it is. I'm
That's
still
intent.
running Windows 7 on
Mhm.
this laptop and on my regular computer.
I'm on Windows 7 and I love it here.
Yeah, I
Wow.
don't.
I
So
don't
you
need.
guys are both on Windows 7. You guys look good. Tim looks good, and so does Alex. I mean, to be on
I
Windows
don't do
7.
anything complicated on my computer. I don't go to places I should go to. I just,
Mhm.
I'm very nice to my computer. It's nice to me, and we have a very good relationship.
I've had this notebook for a few years, and
Yeah.
I don't use it very much. I use it for this now. I didn't use it for a while. I didn't have internet, reliable internet for a while. I bought it to go to McDonald's so I could upload my podcast in
Yeah.
McDonald's dining rooms. That's why I
Mm.
bought it originally.
I-
But I paid like $120 for this thing shipped or something like that, and it's a nice
Good.
little
Yeah.
thing.
That
It's
I
got-
paid under 200 for mine, and it's a iCore 5 and has all. It's really fast. Like I said, if I'd have known it wouldn't upgrade to a Windows 11, I might not have bought it.
It's built at like military stats. It's like really
Yeah.
rugged. I mean, I could drop the thing. It fell off of my shelf the other day. Nothing happens. It's built like a tank. That's why I bought it, because I knew it'd be on the road with it, and I like it.
I have like
Guy-
I have a 15-year-old compact laptop that weighs about 2.5 pounds. And I had it supercharged and it works beautifully. I just use it for local applications.
Mhm.
I don't go on the net with it. Works great. I mean, I don't play. If this thing breaks down, I can always hook this laptop to the screen.
Mm.
Right.
But it works fine.
This
It's
guy
not that I
James is
refuse to
saying,
move along with it's not that I refuse to move along with the times. I just like to stick with what works for me.
Right.
Eventually, I'll be forced out of Windows 7. Tim, you'll be evicted from Windows 7 as well. But I mean,
Oh yeah.
They still make updates and shit like that for Windows 7 or no?
No, they
I
stopped.
don't think they do.
It's been like 2 years since they did that.
They
So
stopped, and it won't run. Crap. What's the program that makes a lot of animations work and stuff? It won't run that anymore.
Adobe.
Yeah, it won't run that anymore. So
I'm gonna ride this mule till it drops dead.
Whatever. Yeah, I'm good with what I've got.
Dusty,
That's why when I go on people's streams,
Yeah.
it takes me like a few minutes to get on, because
Mhm.
my Wi-Fi, for whatever reason, will only let me use one device at a time.
Oh,
So
okay.
I have to do this on a laptop, so I have to shut the Wi-Fi off of my computer, and then I have to turn my laptop on, wait for that to come on, get the Wi-Fi on there, and then I can come on.
Hey,
But
Dusty,
otherwise, I'd have to buy I got a mic, but my mic is actually an audio mic. I don't. It doesn't have anywhere to. I can't plug it into a computer anywhere, I don't think. And I don't have a camera. I'd have to get a camera. And I wasn't ever gonna stream. And then I remembered this laptop, and I'm like, I wonder if it has a camera in it. I didn't even know.
it looks fine.
And I'm like,
Yeah,
oh, it
you
has
look
a
good.
camera in
I
it.
mean,
Like
Cool.
the camera I'm using, I've had Logitech cameras that don't have this quality resolution. It's this brand called Case Cube,
oh, okay.
and it's sort of a mid-price. It's like somewhere in the 50s that I paid for it on Amazon. But what I don't like about it is it doesn't have that telescopic ability. I'd have to put it on the desk right here. And as you can see, I don't have much room here. This looks like Fred Sanford's house.
I'm using a Logitech C922, I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my camera.
I forgot which one. I have one here. I don't know. Let's see. Damn, I need to wear my glasses more often. I feel like Mr. Rogers. Please, won't you be my neighbor while I put my glasses on? Here. No, it just says HD 1080p, but it doesn't have the model number on it. But this camera looks better on my computer than a Logitech. And this Logitech, I remember paying around $80 or $90 for it. I don't know if it's a compatibility issue.
Mm-hmm.
I'd never heard of Case Q, but yeah, I went by Amazon reviews and I was hoping to God they weren't paid for. And beautiful picture.
I was just saying, you look good.
I can't focus in. That's the only problem. That's what I don't like about it. But I'll trade an inconvenience for a good picture.
Yeah, because mine's capable of 1080p, but right now I'm only doing 720 because in StreamYard, you can only do 720.
Yeah, but it's got a nice clarity to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, if you pay for it, you get 1080p.
Yeah. Now, I'm wondering if I pay for it, would other people who come in be able to do 1080p also, or just me?
Yes.
Okay.
I think everybody that's on the chat can do 1080p.
So everybody will be crystal clear and beautiful.
So I'm not a technical guy, so is that like a bandwidth issue?
It could take up a lot of bandwidth, I think.
Is that why you have to pay the additional? Is that what you're paying for?
No, you're paying just to have the program.
To use the service, you have to pay like $25, and then the next step up, I think, is $49.99.
But you don't really get too much for $49.99 as opposed to the
You don't pay to use this, right, Tim? You just use a standard.
No, I don't pay to use it. I don't.
I mean, unless you're doing something that requires that detail.
Well, so what they do, Alex, is they give you 20 hours.
Yeah, you get 20 hours free, and you can have 6 guests. And a lot of the features don't work, but I don't care about any of that.
So the limit on this is 6 people?
Yeah.
So he could have one more person up if you wanted to. But if you have the paid version, you can have up to 10 people. But to be honest, when you start seeing people do 9 people, 10 people, it becomes a cacophony, and it just isn't really.
Yeah. And then half of them are just sitting there and never say a word the whole time.
And
I just started doing the Brady Bunch thing.
Yeah. All right. No, I've already mastered this one on a lot of live streams, especially when I don't know what everybody's talking about. I just sit there.
See, now me, but when I pay for StreamYards, it's going to be because of I want the unlimited hours, not the you can have 10 people up there.
So this particular level, Tim, is it you have to pay after so many hours?
No, they'll just cut you off at 20 hours.
Yeah, and then the next month
if I had 20 hours right now, the stream would probably just go beep.
No. Actually, if you went, say if you went on and you kept on going, and the last time you went on, you only had 1 hour, it would go ahead and let you keep on going. You can go for 8 hours if you want to from there. They don't cut you off. You can keep going, but But the thing is, of course, after you're done, then they'll say your time is up. Till
okay, I see. I didn't.
Whatever next month.
I don't care. I don't. Like I said, I haven't streamed in probably almost a month now. So.
I wonder why some smartass just hasn't started streaming 24 hours a day, so they didn't have to pay for StreamYards.
I know, huh? Tell me about it.
Just cover the camera when you're not using it, right? And then just I'm here.
There is this one channel on YouTube that streams Times Square in New York City 24/7.
Really?
Yeah.
I've seen a couple of streams where people stream unusual stuff.
There's a lot of filming that happens over there for a lot of TV shows. So you see them setting up the cameras and the actors doing their stuff, and you don't know what's happening until you see it on an episode of Equalizer about 2 weeks later. You're like, oh, that's what they're doing. Just Queen Latifah. Hey.
The only reason why I've considered paying for StreamYard is because I wanted to go ahead, since you can do up to 10, because you could do extra cameras that way by taking up other slots. And my friend Caesar, I have a couple of friends who actually want to come in because I have a couple more mics Well, I have actually 2 more mics like this. And then also I have a couple more cameras where we wanted to go ahead and bring my friends in here where we were doing live stream with my friends actually sitting here in the environment with me. So we're thinking about doing that, So that was another reason why I wanted to upgrade.
You can turn your place into a set.
Yeah, basically, yeah. But also the thing that's great about that is instead of doing live stream, we can also do podcasts where we film that way too.
Yeah.
Where I'm able to do everything from like the studio setting here. Because I also have OBS where I'm able to do that too. Where I'm able to go ahead and jump between cameras and stuff. Like right now, what you're seeing right now, the reason why my picture looks so good is probably not so much because StreamYard, but because I'm using OBS with all the filters and stuff like that it has. So right now, actually,
what is OBS?
OBS is a broadcasting program.
And how much does it cost, or is it free?
Completely free. And what I do is I go ahead and I set that up, and I can do all kinds of settings like fine tune the colors, fine tune the brightness, fine tune, all these different things, and then I could set up what they call a virtual camera. So when the virtual camera is set up, I can go ahead and come into StreamYard with that virtual camera, so all those settings are carried over into StreamYard, so I look better. And also, you don't see any kind of like choppiness or anything like that. So
yeah, I'm downloading OBS now.
But
it's a good program.
When you use OBS to go to different places, don't you have to constantly like go to a different server?
No,
change all the coding and all that.
No, not at all. No.
I worked with OBS in limited capacity. It's a little mind-boggling to me. It takes some getting used to.
Oh yeah, it's trial and error for me most programs, but
yeah, I mean, I could probably fix a Porsche faster than I could figure out OBS.
Now the thing is, Cap, after you download OBS, you're gonna have to download something called Virtual Cam afterwards, which is a separate program.
Okay.
But once you download that, let me see if I can send you a link to it.
So Virtual Cam takes a signal from your cam and transmits it.
Well, no, what it does is it goes ahead and it takes the signal from OBS and shoots it into StreamYard.
Okay,
so but use it that way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, let me see what I'm doing here real quick. There's a guy that I go to who's on YouTube. He has a channel where he tells you everything about that. Also on OBS, if I want to, I can remove the background. I can put myself in the ocean, all kinds of stuff. I'm in these streams, and I haven't really messed with any of that stuff yet, though. So
my understanding is when you do that, you need to have like a green screen.
No, actually, this will do it for you.
Cam?
Yeah.
I don't know how much better it'll make your avatar look, Captain.
Well, I'm not always on my avatar.
Just a joke. Relax.
Well, I know that.
No, because you know what Cap's going to do? He's going to go ahead and he's going to set up where it looks like he's laying on the beach with a pina colada.
Well, hey Tim, what's the name of that fella who's been in another chat with us who has like a with bandages on it from the UK? What's his name?
Oh, Ray.
Oh, Ray. He's something else.
That guy is something else.
Yeah.
It looks like a distorted mummy or something.
Kind of surprised he's not here, but I'm very glad of it.
One night he was talking about all these cassettes that he had, and most of them were not labeled, but he had a logical explanation. He's a genius.
Well, he's a troll.
He just knew how to get around. Well, I don't recall anything particularly unpleasant. I thought he was kind of interesting, at least for the chats that I've been involved with.
I think it just depends on the mood you get him in, I think, basically.
It depends on when you catch him, too. I think he spends most of his days drinking. So,
God bless his liver.
I mean, he's a lot of times when I see him, it's like 5:30 in the morning there, and he's already having a beer. He's gotten up and he's having a beer. It's like, wait a minute.
Maybe that's a secret to longevity over there.
Dusty, which one of these do I choose? It says
they're actually. I'm sorry, actually, Captain. See right there in the private chat, I sent you the link to the video, which is the guy who has it. Okay. And actually, if you go into his, the description, he actually has the link for the OBS virtual cam. Okay. That would be the best place to get it. That's where I got it from.
Okay. It's wanting me to set up the for the services. Which one should I choose?
Wait, I'm sorry, for the virtual cam or for OBS?
OBS.
It's been, you know what, it's been so long since I've installed it on this computer. I have no idea. You know, I haven't. You know, to tell you the truth, Captain, I have no idea. I would just think you just what standard.
No, it asks which one I want to stream to. Either StreamYards isn't on there. It says YouTube.
Oh, okay. What you want to do is you want to set up for YouTube, of course, first of all, because that's what it's gonna. And now what it's gonna do, it's gonna connect to your YouTube account, basically. Okay, it's gonna. You don't necessarily have to do all that, you know, because it's gonna ask for a key and all that shit. You probably really don't want to mess with that, unless you. That's only if you were gonna like bypass StreamYard and you were gonna go through OBS straight to your YouTube. Instead of using StreamYard. So I don't think you really want to mess with all that anyway.
Right.
Yeah, so you might want to just like bypass that if you can, just skip it all. But the main thing that you want to get is that virtual account, like I was saying that I sent you the link to. That would be the main thing you would want.
Okay.
I'm going to be signing off, guys. My dog is cringing. I think she needs to go.
Oh, it's time for poopy time.
Yeah, she's real patient, and I don't want to have to clean up a mess. So anyway, it's been a really good chat, Tim. I hope this isn't the last time you'll do this.
No, I'll do it again, but
it's fun.
Next time I'll probably just spin 45s because I've had requests for that lately, but I just
why don't you do a combination? We'll listen.
Well, I talk when I'm doing it.
Do them live in this. Do them live in this room.
That's what I do. I just spin 45s on a turn.
No, but with like during one of these chats.
No, because I don't. Really, I just let the music play and then I talk between tracks. And then I play
I'm glad you did this and thank you, sir.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for stopping by,
Paul. It's been fascinating meeting you, and keep up the great collecting. That's super awesome. And it's nice to meet you, Captain Spaulding. Take care of yourself, sir.
Nice to meet you too, Alex.
Nice to meet you too. Dusty, likewise.
Nice to meet you also, Alex.
And we're 15 days in, but Happy New Year, everybody, because I haven't even seen Tim.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
I'm still celebrating. No, just kidding.
Yeah, I'm still writing 2021 on my checks. Yes, I still write checks.
Oh.
And I shave with a straight razor. But anyway, you guys have a really good night, and it's been fun. Take care of yourselves, and I hope I'll share the pleasure of having time with you guys again. I learned a lot, man. I dig it.
All right.
Alex. Have a good night,
guys.
Good day tomorrow. All that.
Okay, you want to stay on for a little bit longer, Tim, or did you want to go to bed?
Stay on for a little longer.
Okay. Just making sure that you weren't tired, want to go to bed.
No, I'm all right.
Okay, let's see here now. Let's see if Cap is actually getting this going. Oh, we have a Peanut Gallery Association. We vote Cap best stream in 2022.
That's Lisa.
They're starting an association for everything the Wingman.
I'm pretty sure that's Lisa.
And it's funny because James really believes that Wingman thing, I think. But I'm hoping he doesn't, but it's funny because in Rachel's stream they were talking about like Groovy Lisa, she deserves a Wingman award, blah blah blah. And she was like, "No, I'm a shitty Wingman." And I was like, oh. For a while there, I had Ron Haggerty as a Wingman, but he disappeared on me, so I don't know. We kind of like separated ways because he's more metal than I am. So
I'm a crappy host. I was so glad somebody came on. I'm like, man, I don't know what to talk about. I'm just bored.
Yeah,
nobody's asking me any questions. You know, I look at other people's like Canadian stud muffin or something, and there's 18 billion questions in the peanut gallery, right? I've got none. I've got comments, but no questions. I'm like, you're not giving me any topics to talk about.
You know, one of the craziest things that's ever happened to me in a live stream was I was watching Chris Jericho's live stream, and he was signing off, and I said that my name at that time was Captain Spaulding, Manson Vinyl Community. And he pulled up my comment and he said, "I love the name and thank you." And that was pretty wild. That out of all the people, I wasn't expecting him to pull up mine.
Captain's getting
Oh,
that
and
ritual
I
campaign.
cracked up today, Captain, when you showed up to the Stud Muffins stream and asked Mayo if he had that Ringo album.
Don't tell me.
I burst out laughing. I'm like, man.
Did his freaking head explode or what?
Oh,
He's
man.
well, it doesn't really matter because, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go down to my store and I'll find one. It doesn't really matter there, Captain Spaulding. I'll get one if I really want one,
Tim,
I could get one.
I don't know who that was, but that wasn't me.
It wasn't?
No, seriously. The only person I've even asked was Matthew if he had it. And I never asked Mayo.
Because it said Captain Spaulding on that's who it said.
Are you kidding? Oh, Captain, you have a freaking impersonator out there.
And it had your picture.
It wasn't me.
Captain, you have an impersonator out there. You have made it,
bro.
Yeah,
I've been trolled so many times with the same fucking name by people.
Wow, that's really weird. But it's weird that they would do that, because how many people were watching that stream? Like 6?
Oh, I probably know who it is. It's Fred Dobbs. He likes to do that shit.
I know that Beans was on Mr. Mayo's Mean Mr. Mayo's stream, and the stream was kind of like dying off a little bit. And I don't know if he thinks that I'm like a stream saver or whatever. I don't know, but Beans was like, Dusty, come up. And Mr. Mayo was like, wow, who's this Dusty character? I don't know who this Dusty character is. I don't know if I want to, do you know him? Why you vouch for him? And I was like, oh, what is this, Donnie Brasco? He's got to vouch for me or what? He's like,
what was Mayo's response anyway, Tim?
I don't think they knew exactly what you're talking about, or you. Well, it's supposed to be you were talking about.
Yeah.
I didn't. I shut up about that. I got a couple comments in, but
Oh man, back of my head's itching like a dog.
Yeah, I would like to take credit for that because it is pretty damn funny.
I just imagine the look on like me, Mayo's face. He's like, "Oh wow, where'd you get that from?" But of course he wouldn't admit it. He'd probably turn around and tell you had it already or something. I've already got like 4
everything.
He's like, I've already got like 4 of those. I got a sealed one. I got one that I'm playing. I got.
Oh, Mayo doesn't have everything.
What cracks me up is I used to love the videos when he hasn't done one recently where he goes into that record store. I used to love those videos because that guy fucks with him so much.
Oh yeah.
Like
well,
there was
he does
one
videos too, not very often, but Joe from the record store does videos. He has his own channel.
He does have a channel. I gotta check him out.
Yeah, it's Infinity Records. It's the name of the record store.
Oh, I gotta check them out then. I'll probably check them out after the stream's over. Whatever.
But he doesn't do very many. But which is weird. I'd love to go in there one day because I think he knows who I am. Even though I've never been in his store or anything, I just get this feeling that he knows who I am.
Am I right in saying this, that Richard Dolan would call into the record store when Mayo was in there?
Mm-hmm. He started on there, from what I understand. Richard Dolan was like calling in there. I saw one video that had to have been a more recent one where he was calling in and speaking to the guy from Infinity Records. And the guy from Infinity Records was getting like kind of ticked off with him,
Yeah, I started. Richard got mad at me. I spent like a month calling him the new telephone Paul. He got very mad at me.
I don't think he's happy with me because he was over in Rachel's stream and he was just kissing everybody's ass, and I was just like, bro,
could care.
I know. I was just like, I was over it. I was like, you know what? You're never gonna learn, bro. I was like, I'm like, you got to be a little bit tougher there.
Everybody just needs to live their own lives.
Yeah.
And care.
I need to get a cassette deck now for my my setup because I have like 200 metal cassettes that are just sitting in a box because I have no way to play them.
Troll the thrift stores. You'll find one.
You know, I found mine on OfferUp. I bought it off a kid who did not know what he had. It's a Denon 3 head, and it like opens like a CD player.
Oh,
Mm.
Jesus.
You know, perfect
I
condition.
got
I
a
paid
nice
25
Denon, but
bucks.
it needs belts. And being a Denon, it takes like 5 of them. I've had the thing apart, and I can't figure out heads or tails. I've changed 1 or 2 of them, but it still isn't working. So
Yeah, Tim's
Yeah.
looking at the damn thing when he has it apart. Like, I got 2 on here. Where the fuck does the other 3 go?
yeah, it's over. So now I'm using a cheap piece of crap one, but it works.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, then there's people that have like those Nakamichi dragons and stuff like that. They have these monster freaking cassette decks, you know, stuff. But I'm pretty happy with mine. I mean, it's a 3 head, you know.
I was thinking about getting a reel-to-reel, not
Mhm.
like to play, just to have like running in the background while I'm doing videos and stuff. I thought that would look nice.
Because when people see a reel to reel, they're like, "Ooh, oh,
Yeah.
that's nice, a Fostex, that's nice."
yeah.
It's
Yeah,
got
that
rack
is
mounts on
nice.
the side.
Mhm. Now,
Never
what
had
kind
a
of
reel to
turntable
reel.
do you have, Paul?
I have a Ion. I don't know what the model is, but it's like it's a very weird brand called Ion, which they make really good stuff. I don't know why people give them so much stick, but they're really good.
Good night, Lionheart. Rory said, "I'm drinking one
Good
shot
night.
toasting the screen." Oh, I think I need more Jack Daniels, but
Good
yeah, there
night,
you go.
Alex. I don't have anything to toast with.
Yeah, close enough.
I'm like McCartney. I sit here for hours on end and don't drink anything.
Maybe those sessions would have went a lot smoother if McCartney had drank. Maybe if George had drank, it would have.
Yeah.
Now, speaking of cassettes,
Oh, look, those are all Beatles cassettes, aren't they?
Wow.
oh yeah,
Holy shit!
Wow. I only
Pardon
have
my French, but
one Beatle
holy
cassette.
shit!
I
I
can't
have
wait to
real
show that.
music. That's the only one I have.
I can't wait to show that to Mr. Mayo. He'll lose his shit once he sees that.
Yeah. Well, you know, I used to have those, and I got rid of them. You know, I was like, I used to have the whole set. And I was like, I ain't gonna play them.
Joe gets paranoid. Joe spends money on stuff, and then he literally gets paranoid, and then he sells it back for a lot less than he paid for it. He loses a lot of money, and he's done this before. He bought the Let It Be box once, and it had on the back it had a green apple, and he should have thought it had a red one, or vice versa. So he decided it was fake and got rid of it. They came with both. It's like
Oh my
I
God.
tried to explain, Joe. Some of them were red, some of them were green, depending on where it got printed. They came with both. Yeah, he bought the friggin' he bought the mono box and then sold it right away. I'm like,
Really?
you realize that'd be $2,000 right now if you hung on to that, my friend.
And I encouraged him to get that too. I was on one of his streams and I was like, you should get the mono box set. And he's like, okay, you sold me on it. So he gets it and then he sells it. I'm like, what the hell, dude?
I don't, make up your mind and stick with it. I mean, I'm thinking of selling my mono box, but I'm going to make a lot more money than.
Now, this belongs to
Nice.
Joe. Joe owned this and then he sold it to Infinity. I called Infinity and they sold it to me.
Oh, wow. So, she get it
Oh,
signed.
so you're over there by where like Joe is then. So you're over there like in New York, around
No,
that area?
I'm actually in Riverside, California, Indio.
Oh, okay. I'm in Irvine, California, so I'm not too far
So
from
you did mail order then.
Yeah.
Okay. So he was watching the streams. He was like, okay, go ahead, jump on that.
I know, it's like only thing that he ever shown on his videos that I'm like, I want that, and I actually got it. Because every time that he shows one of his videos and I'm like, oh my god, he sold that to Infinity, I'll call Joe, Bazooka Joe, and he's like, oh, already sold. I was like,
Yeah, that guy from Infinity will ship to anybody. You know, he'll go ahead and he'll ship. Oh, look what Lisa wrote. She wrote, "Lol." Lionel Richie said, "I'm an annoying wingman." Lisa.
You're a pain in the ass, Lisa, but you're not annoying.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I probably shouldn't say this, but the one thing about Joe at Infinity that kind of teed me off a little bit was when the whole COVID thing was going on.
Mm-hmm.
He started a fundraiser, and that was okay. But
Mm-hmm.
Joe was pushing it heavy, and other people were pushing. And I'm like, he's a store. You can still go into your store, start listing your crap on eBay and Discogs, and sell
Yeah.
it. We shouldn't have to fund you to keep your store going. I just felt that way. You know, I was like, you
Mm-hmm.
know, I
Yeah, I mean, from what I saw, the Infinity Store was. I mean, he had people in there as soon as he was able to. You
yep.
know.
But
You
when you
know.
can't, put it online, sell it.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing I think about brick and mortar stores. Like, yeah, he could always go online, especially during that time. A
Exactly.
lot of people were buying stuff online. I know I was buying a
Exactly. You
lot of
know,
stuff during quarantine online.
and,
A
you know,
lot of stuff, probably more than I should have been, because I was so bored. I was buying so much stuff. You know, so
Yeah, I just subscribed to Infinity Records. He hasn't done a video in 2 years.
2 years.
2 years, yep.
oh wow.
Nudge him, write him, send him a note, say, make us a
Yeah.
video. We want to see what's going on.
And some of them were pretty funny. I've only watched a couple, but
Mm-hmm.
I was like, cool.
Yeah, and I thought he would have more subscribers. He only has 174 subs.
Yeah, I'm
Mhm.
probably one of them. Think I subbed to him.
Paulina Ashley Angel says, "You're right, James. I don't, but on my wish list." Groovy Lisa, Noble Records does videos, and the In Groove too. Noble Records is a pretty sweet channel.
Yeah,
I'm
I
actually
like Noble
following
Records.
Angel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The In Groove I can't stand.
Yeah, Mike. He's okay. I got mad at him because I've only ever ordered one thing from him, and my order got canceled. And I just said, okay, I'm just not ever gonna order from him again.
Who
The In
from
Groove's just a little bit
Angel?
too on my league. He buys collections that are just like, wow, outrageously like priced.
And it wasn't his fault. What I ordered, I'll
Mhm.
tell you what I ordered. It was the White McCartney 3, the indie vinyl. And by the
Uh-huh.
time he canceled my order, it was too late to order it from anywhere else, so I never got a white copy.
Mm.
But it wasn't his fault. He only got one.
I think maybe I just read him wrong, but he seems like he doesn't seem like he's very impressionable to me. And
Mm.
I think he's probably a pretty cool guy, but he's too much of an audiophile for me. That's what I really,
Yeah.
I'm not an audiophile. So,
I am my Crosley Cruiser's my audio file turntable.
yeah. It's
Oh, we
nice.
already got the whole thing about you today, Cap, about how they were talking about your equalizer settings.
Yeah, Patrick.
Yeah. And I turned around, I was like, weren't we all doing V's during the 80s though? Everyone's equalizer was in the shape of a V. You know, he's like, there's no mids on that at all. I was like, oh, we wanted the bass. We all had shitty speakers during the 80s. We got used to it.
I got to tell you, I changed turntables at one point, and for my podcast, it just wasn't sounding good. So I hooked up an equalizer, which I don't want to do when I'm recording, but I felt like I had to, and I didn't do a V, but I did the typical smiley, but I just did just very barely smiling at all. And I gotta say, it sounded really good.
Yeah, because it brings out those lows. I mean, it brings out the lows, and
but I prefer not to use one. I have two equalizers, and I don't have one hooked up right now.
Yeah.
I wanted to get a graphic equalizer, but
when Nick messaged me and told me that the shit's amp would work better if it was flat, that was when I changed it to flat and didn't have anything. Because he said that preamp would work best that way. So.
Oh, okay. I get what he's saying though. Yeah. He's trying to say, get all the sound from the preamp that you can. Yeah. As a flat signal. That's probably what he means.
Yeah, all right, that was gentlemen. The thing. I hooked up a turntable and it didn't. for recording, I like to record things loud. I know there's a loudness wars and people don't like that, but I think for my podcast on MP3, it sounds best the loudest I can get it. And I couldn't get my turntable loud enough, and I had to hook up a preamp, and the preamp made it sound dull and blah blah blah. So I wound up for the preamp, I wound up using an equalizer as a preamp.
Mm-hmm.
And set flat, it sounded like shit. But if I tweaked it just a little bit, I'm like, this sounds pretty good. And then I realized one day, I've always been into mini disc, and I don't use it for anything, but I still have it, and I still love the technology. I'm like, I could use my mini disc recorder as a preamp, and that's what I do now.
Sweet.
And
Well, I'm going to
hasn't
call it a
changed.
night.
All right,
All right,
yeah, I
I'm going to
probably
go
will too.
memes. Okay, Captain, you got everything going over the OBS, making you look pretty or what?
Not yet. I'll figure it out.
All right, then. Well,
If I have any questions,
tomorrow.
I'll message you on Instagram.
Okie dokie. Tomorrow night I'm going to try and do a stream. If anybody wants to do a stream, if you're Captain or Tim, you decide you want to do a stream, you guys just go ahead and let me know. We'll go ahead. So that way you can all congregate in one place and, everyone get the credit for that or whatever.
Yeah,
So.
see, you're like me, Dusty. I like to try, like, if people are up on my camera and they do streams, I like to try and give them the opportunity to do them also without competition.
Well, I just think it's best. Everybody ends up getting, everybody ends up getting their audience.
We've had 15 people all night, which isn't bad.
Yeah.
We have 15 right now still.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I think that's more than we get in my streams, actually.
That's
most
not
definitely.
bad.
So,
I'll
that's
take
50
it.
more people you get exposed to. And, I know we're not really caring about
That's
subs,
the one
but...
thing that sucks about my channel being deleted is that now I have to start all over, and there's not going to be very many people coming to my live streams.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. Sometimes it's good. I have a group of guys that I sometimes do a live stream with. We're not even public. We just do a private live stream.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they're fun. You can say whatever you want.
Like Lisa,
you can
she
be
attracts
totally
all the
you,
people.
and it's a good time.
Like Lisa, she attracts all the people in her live stream. She's got all those guys that come in for that Groovy Lisa live.
Me and Groovy Lisa used to do private live streams and watch movies together.
Bow chicka bow wow. I'm just kidding.
Wow wow.
Brown cow. All right, guys.
All right,
thanks
then. I will see you later.
Love you guys.
All right, Tim. The gallery. I appreciate it, and I'll catch you next time.
Later.
Bye. Nice meeting you, Paulina. Thank you. Bye.
You too, Tim, and you